Any other specials? If not, if we can take up remaining items, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, those 4 items are approved. All items will go forthwith today, colleagues. Next item, please.
Next is on the continuation agenda, item number 42, and that is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, we have a substitute motion, I believe, on that as well. Has that been submitted? I saw a motion on that earlier. Let's go ahead. We'll hold that on the desk. I'll call that special for Mr. Reyes. Next item, please.
Next is item number 43, and that is a closed session item. Would you like to hold that on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold that on the desk. It's closed session. If we can recess the regular meeting and call the roll for the special meeting, please.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, item 44. I know Ms. Perry wanted to call special. We also have cards from the public on that one. If we can go to the next items.
Next are items 45 through 49, and those are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. And, Mr. President, there are cards on 45 and 47.
Okay. Call those special for cards from the public. Any other specials, colleagues, 46, 48, or 49? Anybody wishing to call those special? If not, we will go ahead and close the public hearing, and please prepare the roll on those 3 and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
We can continue those items to the regular meeting and recess the special meeting. And with that, I'd like to recognize Mr. Alarcon for today's final presentation.
All right. Yeah. Are they in order? Okay. Members, as you know, every month I recognize people who keep our kids safe. And today it's my pleasure to recognize our own lifeguards who fail to get enough recognition for the work that they do. Just to say a little bit about the Los Angeles City Lifeguards, the Los Angeles City Lifeguard Service operates under 2 divisions, open water and pools. LA City open water lifeguards are highly trained to USLA standards and perform lifeguard services at 5 of the city's open water facilities. The LA City pool lifeguards operate all of the city's pool facilities. I think we all know. The City of Los Angeles employs over 700 seasonal lifeguards and conducts a hiring each year. In the early part of the 20th century, lifeguards in Southern California were usually volunteers and were organized under either the United States Volunteer Lifeguard Corps or the American Red Cross Life-Saving Corps. The City of Los Angeles started employing lifeguards in 1918 when it opened the North Broadway Plunge. In 1922, the Playground Department named Dudley DeGroot as the first supervisor of aquatics and made him responsible for all aquatic activities in the city of Los Angeles. Well, we've come a long way since then, and even in the 1990s we saw the construction of Lake Balboa in the Sepulveda Flood Control Basin and the rebuilding of the new Hanson Dam Aquatic Center. I believe that's the largest pool in the United States. I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been told that many times. So the City of Los Angeles Aquatics Division operates 63 pools and open water facilities. Last year, lifeguards made 278 rescues or medical aids and made 11,326 preventive actions and 7,890 enforcement actions. Not to mention all the safety that just occurred because they were there. city open water lifeguards provide backup and mutual aid to the Los Angeles Fire Department in the San Fernando Valley and the Port of Los Angeles and the Los Angeles County Fire Department Lifeguard Division at Cabrillo, in the Cabrillo Beach. Obviously, these are skilled professionals. You have to know CPR and first aid. You have to have your first aid certification, ARC lifeguard training certification. You have to complete 70-foot dummy tow and 200-yard medley swim with a total of time of 8 minutes and 59 seconds. I believe Tom LaBonge has qualified for this. I was once again misinformed. I apologize. Successfully completed lifeguard rookie training school and numerous other requirements. The bottom line is these people save our kids' lives and save others' lives as well, and we want to thank them for their service. I want to name, I don't have time to read all of the other notes, but I'd like to give credit where credit is due and put the faces on the names and introduce some of the lifeguards that we are recognizing, although we are here to celebrate all of our lifeguards. So first of all, we have Mary Bingham. Mary is a principal recreation supervisor, has over 27 years of service for the Department of Recreation and Parks. She oversees 63 pools and open water facilities, programs, and staff. She works with the staff to make sure that the citywide aquatics is providing the best quality service possible to all citizens of Los Angeles. Mary?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Patricia Delgado is an aquatic director and has worked for the aquatics division for over 13 years. She supervises pools in the South Central, LA, and West Side. She is passionate about her work and what she can deliver to the patrons of the city of Los Angeles. Patricia? Patricia's not here. She's out servicing the people of LA. Richard Godino, aquatic director. He has worked for the department for over 30 years and supervised pools and open water facilities at Cabrillo Beach, Hanson Dam, and others. Richard continues to put forth time and energy to make sure that the history of the division is always present in the minds of the people of which he serves. That's John Kopitsky. Here's Richard. Richard?
He's not here.
Oh, he's not here either. He's with Patricia. John Kopitsky, he is an aquatic director as well, has worked for the department for more than 20 years, excuse me. He supervises pools in the east and valley areas of the city. He is consistent in serving the community fairly, promptly, and with the best possible service that he can offer. John Kopitsky. He's also in great shape, as you can see. Matthew Nagaishi supervises lifeguards at Echo Park Pool, the busiest indoor pool in the city during the summer. He keeps up to 800 people per day swimming without incident. Matthew, tremendous job. And as you can see, he's only 14 years old. Alana Stonehawker, a super organized lifeguard. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure there are stories about her super organizing ability. At the Valley Plaza Pool in North Hollywood, her work not only keeps the pool safe, it keeps the neighborhood kids busy with aquatics programs like lessons and teams. So with that, Alana. Deborah Hefter, a dedicated coach and lifeguard at Cleveland High School Pool, a role model, mentor, and friend to the youth of Central San Fernando Valley. If you want her attention, make sure you've done all your laps. Deborah. Ingrid Paredes, a product of the city's own lifeguard training program. Ingrid is a good instructor and a coach at the very busy Griffith Park Pool. Donald Phillips, an influence at the Westwood Pool. Don is a retired dentist who traded his drill for a lifeguard chair. Donald. awesome. Having a lot more fun, I guarantee you. Christopher Muff is serious about the job, but not about himself. Mr. Muff keeps Fernangeles Pool safe, which is my first city pool. It was only 3 feet deep at the time, and I still almost drowned. He keeps Fernangeles Pool safe, including his responses to unusual first aid situations, such as the bottle that exploded in front of a young man who put dry ice inside and sealed it up. Not exactly the lifeguard dream, but definitely the lifeguard's duty. Gianna Orozco helps train new lifeguards and competes in lifeguard competitions. Ms. Orozco was also involved in a rescue where she delivered oxygen therapy to a 7-year-old boy who got in trouble at the Big Swim Lake at Hanson Dam. Giannina, I'm sorry. Wendy Venegas, another City of Los Angeles lifeguard training program product. Wendy swam competitively for Cal State Northridge. Yeah, and now patrols the decks at Expo Center in South Los Angeles, helping support her college goals and family as well. Wendy Venegas. All right. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, they spelled it wrong here then. Okay. Alexis Garcia, the rock-solid manager who keeps South Park Pool operating through thick and thin. Mr. Garcia has also shown his commitment to youth aquatics by coaching swimming at Santee High School. Alexis Garcia. All right. Melanie Escobedo, a product of the aquatic program provided to the citizens of Los Angeles. Ms. Escobedo, her passion has been to develop and implement a water polo program in the Mid-City area. Congratulations, Melanie. Peter, Schweinman, the quiet but well-respected lifeguard manager from Mar Vista Pool. Peter helps conduct the city's springboard diving program in addition to his lifeguard duties. Peter was once a pool rat, participating in every aquatic program offered at Venice Pool. Peter. Arlene Grande. In addition to operating Granada Hills Pool, Arlene helps operate the city's synchronized swimming program and teaches CPR and first aid skills to the city's employees in the winter months. Hopefully one of her people will be at the Olympics like they're doing right now. Arlene, thank you. Jaime Morales, during the summer, Jaime is responsible for Costello Pool in East Los Angeles, where he oversees a very successful synchronized swimming team. During the winter, you'll see him at Lake Balboa patrolling the lake in a power boat and helping operate the pedal boat concession there. Whoops, wrong one. Jaime. And finally, Dara Abasolo, I hope I said that right, has worked as a lifeguard at Cabrillo Beach in San Pedro for 3 years, promoted to seasonal supervisor this year, and is in charge of beach operations on most Sundays. Dara Joe. I also have one, I'm sorry, I missed one. Okay, here it is. Wendy Baranek is the high-energy person in charge of the Hollywood Park Pool. Ms. Baranek helped in coordinating the Metro Region synchronized swimming program skills she obtained as a synchronized swimmer herself. Wendy. Members, it wouldn't be possible to have all the lifeguards receive presentations. This is a small representation, but it truly represents all the lifeguards we have. I'm going to ask Mary, our fearless leader, to say a few words on behalf of all the aquatics program and lifeguards. And then after, we're going to be taking pictures. I would appreciate it, I think, if the council members who represent the pools that the lifeguards work at would step in the back, that would be great. So Mary.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Thank you, Council members, for allowing us to be here. We thank you for honoring our lifeguards who represent every council district in the city. And there are so many more deserving young people who could be here, but we chose these to represent you. And we just thank you. There's a lot of work to be done, but they are so eager and passionate to do the work for the department. And we thank you again for honoring us.
And just before you go, Mr. Labange wanted to add his good
I
wishes.
just wanted to say that too. I wanted to thank you, and not just lifeguards, your teachers, and you teach people how to swim. And every child in Los Angeles, we should have a program, Richard. I thank you, Richard, for bringing these fine employees in. We should have an absolute mandatory program where everybody by age 5 learns to swim. I still remember the pool, Griffith Park pool, and the side stroke, and you told me to pick, like I was picking apples from a fruit tree. Do you still teach that? Put it in the basket. You still teach that. That's 45 years ago. Thank you, lifeguards. Thank you, teachers. Wear sunscreen. And congratulations to the pool rat. It's good to see someone graduate from that and become a great lifeguard as well. Thank you, Richard.
I don't think that picking method will give Michael Phelps any concern, but
Gonna come on.
but thank you for sharing that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alarcon. And congratulations, everybody. We're going to be taking a few... Mr. Weezer?
I just want to make an introduction, Mr. President.
Sure, go
I
ahead,
wanted to
please.
announce something. Is that fine?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Colleagues, I wanted to, if you could join me in welcoming the Chicano Latino Youth Leadership Project's Los Angeles Regional Institute. They're the young people all in the back chambers, and they're here today studying the city of Los Angeles. And they have their conference going on, and many of these young people are from many of our districts. They're high school students, and they're studying leadership, culture, and professional development. Welcome, and thank you for being here today, and good luck in all you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weezer, and welcome to our special guests. Before we get to public comment, this is the last meeting before the recess. There are 3 items that we have dozens of people who are also here for comment on. We're going to take those 3 up if there's not objection. Those are items 6. After that, Mr. Cardenas's items, and then number 44. So without objection, we'll do that. Mr. Parks,
I'd like to ask if we can have number 34. We've not finished the investigation Ms. Butler brought to our attention, and 41 continued to our first meeting after recess.
okay. If there's no objection, we will continue 34 and 41. So with that, we'll go to item number 6, which I called special.
Who's speaking? All right, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. There are, I think we had a very vigorous public hearing. Item number 6, Mr. Weston has been a great champion of as our chair of the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee. He very much wanted to be here, but there was a funeral that I mentioned earlier of a legendary worker in our community, Bo Taylor, who worked to bring peace to many different communities, and Mr. Weston is there right now, otherwise he would be here with us. So I want to say to our friends who are part of the Apollo Alliance Coalition that we want to first thank him for his great work in helping shepherd this along. We do have, I think, 3 or 4 cards, and I would move just to reopen briefly because this is such a landmark project and there's been so much work put into this to hear the 3 or 4 speakers, and then I'll say a few words about what we're voting on if there's no objection.
All right, thank you. Our speakers, if you'll please come forward. Francisco Alvarado, Catherine Tarr, Jason Elias. In that order, please come forward.
Good morning,
ahead, sir.
Councilman.
Good morning.
My name is Francisco Alvarado. I represent the IBEW Local 11 here in Los Angeles. We have 8,000 members that live and work in the city and the county. We support this program for the benefits that the city would get from the energy savings and also the jobs created. The jobs created would help a lot of the inner city residents being able to enter into an apprenticeship program and not only get a job but also get a career. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Attar. I am the Health Environment Coordinator for Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles. PSR LA works to bring together health professionals in the diverse communities of Southern California to reduce threats to public health related to environmental toxins. We are an active member of the LA Apollo Alliance, and we are in strong support of the Alliance's proposed green building retrofit and workforce development policy. On behalf of the Alliance, I would like to thank Councilman Wesson and his staff for all of their hard work in championing this policy, as well as Councilman Garcetti's office for their leadership in making this program a priority. We would also like to thank the mayor and his team for their ongoing support of our effort and for working with us over the last few weeks in iron out the details that make this policy and program a truly successful endeavor. PSRLA supports this policy because we believe it will reduce communities and workers' exposure to hazardous chemicals that impact health and at the same time create sustainable and healthier jobs for all city residents. The policy is also a first of its kind because it puts into practice at a city level the underpinnings of a truly green economy, an economy that promotes renewable energy and energy efficiency, non-toxic materials, and sustainable and healthier jobs. It also builds the infrastructure for this new economy by relying on regulatory and market-based mechanisms to prompt private sector investment and innovation in clean technologies and jobs. More importantly, because of the LA Alliance's fundamental commitment to social justice, the proposed policy is also a model for how climate change solutions and the new green economy can and should create new economic opportunities in low-income communities and communities of color. For all of the aforementioned reasons, PSR strongly supports this policy and urges the City Council to move forward on this important program. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you.
Do I have time?
She was perfect on the timing. Couldn't have been any better.
Perfect on the timing. Good morning, venerable council members. Jason Elias, SEIU Local 721, representing 85,000 members, public sector union members in Southern California. Really just to say thank you very much. With the leadership of Councilmember Wesson, the mayor, and as well President Garcetti, we're going to make this happen. Kathy said it all, but basically we are going to save millions of dollars in energy costs by retrofitting city buildings like rec centers and libraries. Together, we are going to create healthier communities in areas where we most need it, such as East LA, South LA, and the Northeast Valley. And together, we are going to create good, green, union jobs and construction and operation of these buildings, creating a much better city of Los Angeles. So again, thank you. Again, Los Angeles is a leader in the environment, in the economy, and in our communities. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti, followed by Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you again, Mr. President. And if all the folks that are part of the Apollo Alliance agenda, I know is in the House, among others, could stand up to be recognized, please. We want to thank you for the work that you put in to this historic day. Colleagues, I ask for your support of this action today that shows that we as a community are not powerless, that we as a city are not helpless when it comes to global warming, when it comes to our health, and when it comes to good jobs. That we can, through the Apollo Alliance, which is named quite consciously after the original Apollo project, which said that we could send a man to the moon. Well, today the mission for our country and for our world is to become energy self-sufficient, to become energy independent, to find ways of living sustainably on our earth and in our country and in this very city of Los Angeles. The Apollo Alliance brings together the Metropolitan Alliance and the Apollo Project to say that with labor, with business, with our religious community, with our neighborhoods, with our nonprofits like Physicians for Social Responsibility, that we can make a difference right here in our backyard. We made history around this horseshoe, history that was recognized by nobody less than Mikhail Gorbachev, who gave the city a Green Cross Millennium Award for our first green building initiative, which said that any of our new buildings would be at the forefront of doing them in an environmentally sensitive way, where we would reduce pollution, where we would reduce our energy costs, and where we would make more pleasant environments in our libraries, and our police stations, and our fire stations. Then we went a step further, and we said they shouldn't just be LEED certified, they should be what's called LEED Silver. And we have indeed some LEED Gold and Platinum ones, the highest environmental ratings. But for many communities who see our city facilities, they live near older buildings, libraries that have been there for many years, and fire stations that are very historic. What this would do is help to restore those in a way that catches up with the green future of Los Angeles. But it doesn't just stop there. It also trains people who are in need of good-paying jobs with the jobs of the future, with the jobs that will pay a living wage, with benefits, with jobs that will allow families to be self-sufficient as we allow ourselves to be energy self-sufficient at the same time. We have made history by bringing this coalition together, but as I said in committee, the time for talk is done. The time for action is now. We need to see those green-collar jobs rolling out in this city and around this country. And I'll end with this. You know, in a week and a half, we'll hear one of the presidential nominees speak before a stadium in Colorado. And both he and the Republican nominee have both spoke a lot about the importance of energy independence and new energy and green jobs. It is fitting that here in the city where the last presidential nominee, John F. Kennedy, spoke in an open stadium. It was the last time that was done in 1960. And he spoke of the last frontier, Los Angeles, on the edge of a continent, on the edge of possibility. And he also mentioned that this was time to build the new frontier. And it was that mission that led to the original Apollo project that put human beings on the moon. Well, this is time for our next new frontier. Is it embodied by the community there? It isn't something that comes top down from the White House. It is bubbling from the ground up from South Los Angeles and from Central Los Angeles and the San Fernando Valley and East Los Angeles to demand that your tax dollars become green in more ways than one and that those jobs get to every single person. So thank you for being part of this history. Thank you to Mr. Wesson, and I urge your support today. Thank you.
Ms. Gruhl, followed by Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Garcetti and Mr. Wesson. I had the opportunity the other day to sit down with representatives from the Green Coalition and Agenda, and you're right, Mr. Garcetti, this is from the ground up. And when we are talking about jobs of the future, these are the jobs of the future, and the city has always been a leader in ensuring that we are prepared for that and making sure that we are the role model on a number of issues, whether it be the first hybrid cars many years ago or the green buildings that we already have in the city of Los Angeles to ensure that any new buildings have green building. But it is more than that. It's creating a marketplace. It's creating an opportunity, and it's helping to create these jobs, and these jobs that will be sustainable over the years. This morning I spoke at a conference with Breathe LA and talking about ways in which we can reduce our carbon emissions, ways in which we can ensure that the air we breathe is one in which my children and grandchildren will be able to survive. And so this is not just about today. It's not just about the importance of creating jobs and being green building. It's about the future of the city and about this world. And so I want to thank everyone, and we are going to hold our department's feet to the fire to say it's not going to be months and years from now that we implement these. It's going to be today. Time is passing for us. And it is not impossible. And a lot of people will say, oh, it costs too much money. Well, guess what? You actually save money, and you save the earth at the same time, and you create jobs and opportunities. This is a win-win. And so I know we have a long agenda today, so I will not speak long, but I want to thank all of you that are here today for your hard work and really being a catalyst for making this happen. This is important for all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes. Thank you, Apollo Alliance. You know, when Mr. Garcetti was talking about the president and going to the moon, I was there. I was alive. I saw it. You all know now it from a history perspective. And I'll never forget the day when the president got up and said, we're going to do it. That was the kind of presidential leadership we have seen lacking in this country for many years. When Al Gore did the book, you know, The Inconvenient Truth, and then the movie and all of that, and now the reality of the storms that come out of nowhere, the climate change is real, the melting of the glaciers, all of the issues we now have. Time has run out. Now we must not only retrofit the buildings, not only should everything be green, but I want you to remember this phrase, use it always. Green is great. Green is great. Green is great. Great, 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 great for that, okay? All right. Okay, so here's what we need to do. What we need to do is retrofit all of our buildings. You know, I live on the west side. They think all the rich people there and this and that. We have the worst government facilities over there. My West LA Civic Center is a dump, and I want them to renovate it but retrofit it in green. And I'm looking forward to the mayor signing the DWP initiative that puts the solar panels everywhere. We're the Southland. We are the sunny, sunny Southern California. We should be having solar everywhere. So you are the future. And as the future, folks, I am looking forward to your leadership because the world is now going your way. I'm a baby boomer, and the baby boomers have boomed out. It's time for the new generation to take over on these issues. Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. That matter is now before us for a vote. We're going to have silence for the vote. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
There you go. Congratulations. Items number 23 and 27 next together. 23, 27 for Mr. 22 and 27.
22 through 27.
22
and then
wait.
21, so we can act on that after these items.
Okay, you want which one?
22 to 27.
22 to 27.
Yes.
23 through 27.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, 22 through 27. Please. And Mr. Cardenas is going to take those matters.
You're going to read them? That's it? Ready? Okay.
Okay, there you go. Mr. Cardenas.
Today we're here to discuss the needs assessments in the following communities: Baldwin Village, Ramona Gardens, Hollenbeck, Pacoima Foothill Grid Zones, Newton Grid Zone, Cypress Park Northeast Grid Zone, Florence Graham 77th Street Grid Zone. And these needs assessments were conducted by various third-party organizations. Are there representatives of those organizations here? And if there are, if they could please come and sit at the table. As they gather, I just want to remind people that the needs assessments are a fundamental tool that the mayor's office will use to determine what programs will be funded through contractual services and or current programs issued by the city departments. This will be the basis of funding for millions of dollars into the future. This is a paradigm shift from the way in which we handle these prevention and intervention programs for the city of Los Angeles for some 25 years now. And these programs, the vast majority of them, will be administered through the mayor's office. And so if you would please, if some of you could take the opportunity to explain who your organization is and just a fundamental view of what was involved in your assessment. Don't be shy. Just, you need to pull the microphone closer, whoever's going to speak first.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
Thank you, council members. My name is Morgan Lyons with Harder & Company Community Research. I'm here with Jennifer Vallejo, who is manager of the project team. We were responsible for 3 of the needs assessments in Pacoima, Cypress Park, and Florence Graham. We are very happy to have been assigned those projects. Harder & Company and formerly Lodestar Management Research were working with the CLEAR program in those communities for the last several years, and this gave us an opportunity to re-engage in a very community-based way with those communities and to contribute to a community voice in this process. We found many similarities across those 3 communities, and I think it's true across the 6 that were studied. There was, on the negative side, there's fear of crime. There is a sense of a need for something to be done. On the other hand, there is hope. There's a commitment to family. There's a commitment to schools. And there's a commitment to police that's done in an effective but kinder way, I think. There were differences observed. They had to do with, largely, I think, with resources and history. Some of the communities, including Pacoima, I think could be pointed out as being in some ways very resource rich. a history of institutions and individuals who have worked very hard over the years and continue to work hard to make those communities work for them and their children. Other communities, the indicators of need and difficulty were much stronger, but I think across all these communities, as they were selected, there is a need for interventions on the prevention side, intervention side, reentry to complement what is done by law enforcement in order to provide a comprehensive solution to problems with gangs and problems with youth development generally. Again, we were very much excited about being a part of this process and hope to be available to the council and anyone else who would like to find out any additional information from us.
Okay. Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Denise Hers. I'm a professor at California State University, Los Angeles, and I and my research team were responsible for the reports in Baldwin Village, which is also known as Southwest 1, and Ramona Gardens Hollenbeck. And I would echo a lot of what Morgan said. We found a lot of similarities across sites. I think that Ms. Lee will agree, so I won't repeat all of that. I'll wait for specific questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. My name is Susan Lee. I'm the Director of Urban Peace at the Advancement Project. We were responsible for the Newton Grid Assessment. I would say there were similarities, but also very distinct differences between the zones. I think that the most important thing that you might find as you read these assessments is that the voices of the youth and the residents and the parents speak very strongly for the need for a solution to this issue. And so, again, as Denise says, we will hold other comments until for specific questions.
Good morning. My name is Charmine Premji, and I'm policy analyst from the Mayor's Gang Reduction Youth Development Team. Unfortunately, Reverend Carr couldn't be here this morning for obviously the funeral as well, but I'm here to assist the contractors in answering any questions that you all may have regarding the process, how the contractors were selected, the timeline, and any other questions you might have concerned with the process of completing the needs assessment.
Okay. Can you please bring us to the point where we're at today when it comes to this particular process, how the mayor's office decided to have this process and why, and then how the individual contractors were selected, and then when the report was forwarded to the mayor's office, and what the mayor's office plans to do with this information from here on forward?
Sure. The process began last fall. The bid was released for needs assessment contractors October 29th of last year. Once the grid team was developed, it didn't take long for everyone to agree that the needs assessment is probably the most critical part in starting the process of rolling funds out. How can funds be doled out without knowing sort of exactly where they should go, what the needs of the community are? And as Morgan stated, a lot of these communities have been studied over and over again. So how do you kind of find the nuanced issues in each community, identify the resources that already exist, and then funnel city resources to augment that? And we were very involved with kind of getting council opinions on ways to outreach to get the word out that this bid had been released. And we were actually able to get support from Councilmember Huizar to fund some of the needs assessments as well, specifically the Ramona Gardens one. We later held a bidders conference on November 8th for interested contractors, and we received a total of 9 applications. In that process, we rigorously reviewed all applicants with the assistance of council staff, and these were the 3 selected contractors. All of these contractors have a background in community research, and Advancement Project also had the ability to offer Healthy City Services, which is an institution that provides demographic data, which is very relevant to the work that we're doing. Fast forward a couple months later, we're now the item that will be heard next is the recommendations for contractors, and that bid for services would not have been able to be released without the work done by our needs assessment contractors. The results from the reports were actually due in March, and once the reports were done and we circulated them among council staff and other relevant departments, they were posted on the mayor's website. And hopefully everyone's had a chance to take a look at them. They're really quite rich resources that all city departments could use, as we discussed in Gang Ad Hoc a couple weeks ago. They identify sort of important aspects that are similar for all communities, and the nuanced issues within the respective grid zones. So that's sort of where we're at today, and we welcome any questions you might have.
Well, one of the reasons why the needs assessments were done, from my understanding, is that even though we're trying to address issues of youth delinquency, of violence, of gang violence, of community issues, things of that nature, there really is no one-size-fits-all.
Correct.
So each area that has been identified to have a grid zone to address those issues on behalf of the city, that's why the needs assessment was done, to figure out what is particular about that community, and therefore what kind of services should we be providing for that community, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so with that, I'd like each one of the organizations to pick out at least one issue that you uncovered and or identified and provided in your needs assessment for the areas that you did the need assessment report for. If you could think of one thing that you can describe to us that was valuable and that was either uncovered or figured out or presented to the mayor's office as something that's needed in that community that this particular needs assessment uncovered.
I'll go first.
For each zone, please, that you did the assessment for.
So in the Newton area, I would say there were a lot of similarities. I mean, the issues of poverty and the need for jobs, economic development were all similar in many of the areas. I think the one issue that really came to the forefront in the Newton area was the inability of a large sector of the population who are residents in that area to be able to access the formal structures of service that exist. Some of it is due to cultural competency and linguistic accessibility, but a lot of it was just unfamiliarity with it. And also because the grid zone, within the grid zone, the available prevention and intervention services were not sort of defined within that boundary. They existed actually within a mile radius of the grid zone as defined, and so there was a need. I think when the mayor's office took that assessment, I think there is a need to pull in resources from outside of the grid zone into the grid zone. So I would say that was a very specific finding for that Newton grid assessment.
So you just described a finding and a fragment of the solution to that finding, correct? And that fragment of solution is to bring some of those resources geographically closer or within that grid zone.
So each of, at least the advancement project assessments, and we're doing 5 more, and so have a set of recommendations at the end of the report, which results from the findings of the assessment.
Okay, thank you.
In the areas that we conducted the needs assessments in Baldwin Village and Ramona Gardens, Hollenbeck, there certainly were some differences, but I'd like to highlight one commonality that we heard from parents, youth, individuals that represented providers that service those areas, DCFS social workers, probation officers, LAPD enforcement officers. Each of those groups was talked to individually, and virtually every group stressed the need to really saturate the elementary schools with programming, prevention programming, parenting programming. These were excellent opportunities to really address the issues beyond the structural issues that were just spoken about with Newton in terms of employment and those kinds of things. But the reality is, both of these areas said that there was a need for services at the middle school and the high school. But often elementary schools are left out of the service provision continuum. The money is used mostly for middle schools and high schools. Yet all of these youth started in elementary school, and many of the problems started in elementary school. And it was an opportunity. Parents are most engaged in education and in the schools, in elementary schools. So this was a real opportunity to teach youth some very important skills, develop good relationships with police, because both areas did identify that relationships with police were needed but necessary in terms of building good communication between both police and the community. In a couple of occasions, there were, in both areas, but particularly Ramona Gardens, Hollenbeck, several times it was mentioned that 5-year-olds, when a police officer would walk into the kindergarten room, would shout out a negative name or make a negative gesture. And so this is an opportunity to really build a relationship and a rapport, but also deliver services and have parents' attention and give parents the opportunity to be educated as well. Then the services should be continued as developmentally appropriate into middle school and high school. Middle school becomes a huge breeding ground for gang membership. The problems begin in elementary school, and then by the time they're in middle school, they're at that age developmentally where they are very susceptible to gang membership, and then it continues if it's not interceded upon. So start saturation of services and parent education in elementary, continue those programs as they are developmentally appropriate into middle school and high school, for instance, mentoring. Those kinds of things, and provide the resources and opportunities to have safe zones where the youth can be involved in extracurricular activities.
So you just spoke mainly to prevention solutions, not necessarily intervention.
No, actually, I probably sounded like that, but I'm glad you asked that, because intervention is a part of this as well. Prevention, both primary and secondary. In other words, there's the general prevention to just put out there for youth and parents, but then there are those families that are at risk that need additional services. Those are both very much primary targets in the elementary school, and then as you get towards the end of elementary school and into middle school, you then connect prevention, connect those prevention efforts into intervention, because some of those high-risk youth will then need the intervention because they will have escalated into other behaviors. So it truly is a reflection of what the comprehensive strategy is. Connecting that program so there is a full continuum that overlays the structure of the community, with schools being an excellent infrastructure to do that.
And which grid zone areas did you find that need, or this particular
Both of
need?
them. Absolutely
Can
both
you
of
name
them.
those two areas again?
Oh, sure. Baldwin Village and Ramona Gardens, Hollenbeck. I think the nature of programming, the nature and ways in which parents are engaged, the cultural differences that need to be part of programming differ between the areas. But the general sense of using schools to create a safe environment in which it provides an infrastructure to overlay a continuum of prevention and intervention programs is absolutely essential. I think if you were to accomplish that, you would see tremendous change in these communities.
And one of the unique things that you found consistent in both of those areas was the need to start addressing prevention programs at a much earlier age than middle school.
As early as possible. In fact, I even back it up and say that programs like home visit nurses or home nurses visits, nurse-family partnerships, it goes by different names, I think that really is the starting point, to be honest with you. But that requires being able to get into homes, and sometimes that's hard. But schools are a place where students are, and parents, when they're young, are engaged.
Okay, thank you.
We would echo what Denise has just said about schools being a pivotal institution. They are the local institution in all these communities, and more or less are also responding, but overwhelmed by their other missions and by the resources they have. Institutions such as religious institutions as well, I know that came out in, I think in Northeast as being one of the areas, one of the resources that is absolutely vital to reaching young people. I was trying to pick out something that would be a little bit unique, and I think maybe one thing that we heard more in Northeast, for example, and someone in Pacoima, less in Florence Graham, were issues relating to immigrant children, that there are some social issues of culture, of language, of access, of lack of familiarity with institutions, and that it was felt that special attention needed to be paid to families and children of immigrant families in those communities. We heard many other differences as well, but I think that stood out as one of the few that may be more specific to some of these communities than to others.
Okay, and what areas did you cover?
Northeast is where we saw the most comment about that, but also the Pacoima area.
Okay, all right. Any other areas? So we heard some examples of Baldwin Village, the Ramona Gardens, Hollenbeck, Pacoima Foothill, Newton, and Northeast. How about Florence Graham? Who covered that?
Yeah, Florence Graham in the 77th area exhibited some of the most severe decrements in terms of the indicators that we received from Advancement Project and were able to look at. And in terms of the resources available that were located in the service area or near the service area, I think for that reason, just the severity of poverty, of other problems with youth and families, is that the Florence Graham area would require a fair amount of attention. And again, also being less able in those areas to draw on existing institutions, but needing to buttress and grow institutions that can handle problems of youth.
So one of the things that probably most Angelenos who don't live in and around an extremely challenged community probably find it hard to believe that accessing basic services in and of itself is a bridge that needs to be a gap that needs to be bridged, correct? And that's consistent in all of the findings, that's one of the elements that needs to be addressed, and that is a community, a family, an individual being able to understand that there are resources out there for all of the people of Los Angeles and that we all should have access to them, but that some individuals, families, and communities seem to be in the dark about how to actually access that. Right?
In many of the areas that I saw was the issue of safety. I mean, the basic level of safety is not there, and therefore when parents or youth talked about accessing services, even if they knew about the service, they did not have a safe way of getting there and coming back. And so one teacher at Jefferson High School mentioned that they had an after-school internship program, and youth were chosen for those programs, but their parents decided that the youth should not participate in that program because the youth could not get back from participating in this internship safely back home. So the basic idea of a safe transportation mechanism to get to services is a huge issue in these grid zones.
Again, that's something that seems really foreign and odd to somebody who doesn't live in a neighborhood that has those challenges.
I'd just like to echo that and say safety permeates all of these recommendations. It is paramount to the people that are living in these areas.
But at the same time, again, very likely the people who are watching this dialogue, a lot of them who are watching this dialogue don't live in these neighborhoods. So answer this question, please. When you talk about public safety, safety in those communities for those individuals, are we talking about addressing safety with police, and or are we talking about addressing public safety with police and beyond police and other programs and services to address the issue of public safety?
I'll start since I have the mic. It's all the above. It cannot be just police. It has to be, it may start with police in terms of community-police relations and building a rapport and understanding what the problems are, what the community culture is, and really having a partnership with police. But in the areas that I was in, it's about the communities being able to take back their communities and being able to control their communities and work together to make sure that services are available, that they can access them. And I think people are afraid. I mean, one of the things, even though this is part of a different area, one of the things that was said to me that I think crystallized so much of this was that the nature of gang violence and the nature of the violence lifestyle that has permeated some of these communities then defines everything. It becomes the norm. There is no normal life that most of the people who are watching this understand and live. And so every daily routine activity that families do has to be filtered through this particular way in which the communities have to operate around the violence. And so I think that's really very important, and it can't just be police. Police are not the solution. Schools are not the solution. It absolutely requires that there be collaboration among all parties and partnerships among all parties. And since I have the mic, and as a last note before I turn it over, I would highly encourage the City Council to really provide incentives to these communities to work together, to partner together, to take back their communities.
Absolutely. I think that there is a need for, many of the parents and some of the youth actually did talk about sort of a relationship with law enforcement that was productive and that was going to promote community awareness of what things that the police can do to help ensure safety. But I think, as Denise pointed out, it is a mobilization of the entire community and city and public agencies that is required to achieve the kind of safety that's required for us to stem the tide of violence in these areas. I'm going to just read this quote because it's right in front of me, but it was from a youth worker who said, "I have a tremendous amount of respect and admiration for kids in this area who don't join gangs. The amount of courage and strength it takes is amazing." And I think the point was there that it's such a day-to-day challenge for youth in these areas to do the very basic things, going to school, coming back from school, going out to play basketball, whatever it may be, that unless we commit to ensuring that safety, I don't think that we can truly say that we're addressing this problem. I think that's sort of the basic bottom line here.
One of the things that I need to ask on behalf of the council is there are other needs assessments that still need to take place, correct? And that being the case, as far as you're aware, has any of your organizations been selected to provide the next needs assessments? And if so, is there going to be a cross utilization of the talents of your various organizations to provide those future needs assessments? And all told, we will have had 11 needs assessments done throughout this process.
So Advancement Project was approached by the Mayor's Office to continue to work in partnership with the Mayor's Office around the next 5 assessments. And the funding is actually coming from a private philanthropy source. And so we've just completed the Rampart assessment, which is the 8th zone. 4 more are actually progressing as we speak simultaneously. 2 are being conducted by Advancement Project directly, and Advancement Project has a subcontract relationship with Denise and her team over at Cal State LA to conduct the other 2. So those are Hyde Park, Exposition Park, Panorama City, and Watts.
And you're here representing the Advancement Project?
Yes.
And the Advancement Project, are you going to be utilizing any of the skills of the organizations represented here?
Yes, so Denise is a part of the team doing the next 4.
Okay. All right. Last 2 questions before I turn over the microphone. Have any of you agencies seen the proposals, the selected proposals that are up for a vote today to do the prevention programs within these zones? And if so, do those proposals seem to be incorporating what the needs assessments have identified?
I have not seen any of the proposals.
Okay. And with all due respect for those people who are listening, you are not formally part of the selection process of those proposals, et cetera. I'm just wondering if you've had an opportunity to see them now that they've been made public. They have now been made public. If you've seen them, and if you have any comments about whether or not they are in fact addressing, or it appears that they are incorporating the kinds of issues that were brought out in the needs assessment.
I have not seen them. Originally, we were asked to be part of the the grant review process, but due to the timetable, no one on our team could participate, and I have not seen them since they've been released.
Okay. No, we have not seen them. We've seen the list of recipients and a little bit about the process, but not the proposals.
Okay.
And the agencies would not have been part of the selection process primarily
Yes.
because it's a conflict of interest.
Yes, that's why I wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon, followed by Mr. Huizar. Mr. Alarcon, you're up. Mr. Huizar, Mr. Alarcon will come after. Mr. Huizar?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And first I want to commend Mr. Cardenas for the hard work he's put into the committee. I think a lot has been done. As a member of that committee, I'm really glad I serve on it because my district certainly is faced with this each and every day, and I and my family face it each and every day. I live not too far away from the Ramona Gardens area, and oftentimes hear about what is going on or not going on. But I think what we have before us today is a very important step, but we also have to recognize it's one small piece of the larger puzzle. And I'm certainly very glad that we're here at this point because, in fact, I was a bit concerned that in Ramona Gardens, when we established a CLEAR program there, that we went in with suppression, and we had promised that community the prevention, intervention resources. And I talked to a lot of residents who I told them, please believe in us, this time we're doing something different. It was a community that has been long neglected, very suspicious of city entities, any government official, or anyone who wants to go in there and help. And when I stood up and said, it's different this time, we're going to work with you, and then all we did at the time was give more suppression, it was not a good sight. So I'm very happy now that we're putting in these additional resources. I think this is going to go a long way to gain their trust, which is a very important component to working in communities like this, as was mentioned earlier, particularly with our young people. So this is a great step, and I want to thank all of you for your hard work. This is probably one of the most intractable public policy issues we could face with, because as we discussed endlessly, it's very difficult to evaluate whether we're doing our job or not in these areas, but I know we're headed toward the direction of having some solid quantifiable numbers to determine whether or not, and qualitative to see how we're doing in these programs. I do have one question, and that is in the northeast area, the Cypress Park northeast area. I've just heard, I haven't really looked at the maps, but I was told that the northeast area does not cover Highland Park. Is that correct? Hold my time, please.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
What area does the northeast area, what's the area that it covers, the northeast Los Angeles?
Mainly Cypress Park area, Drew Street area.
Yeah, Drew Street area, yeah. Yeah, I was a bit concerned when I heard about the geographic area of the northeast area, because I've heard it covers some areas that not necessarily the greatest in need, but we left out an area like Highland Park, because when I asked Healthy City to do a map of that area for me, and to evaluate what types of programs we have there for prevention and intervention, we asked what are those indicators that would most likely lead to young people joining gangs, high poverty, parental low educational attainment, etc. And we circled around the Highland Park area. Secondly, we asked where are our after-school programs, whether they're or prevention and intervention programs, any type of program, whether it's city, federal, state, whatever it can be. And that was one of the areas that had the least amount of supportive services for our young people. So when I saw this, I was just told, I didn't see the map of what it was. I was a bit concerned about that. And I think in the future, we should really look at that, because it's an area that we often talk about Cypress Park in northeast Los Angeles, but certainly areas like Highland Park need a lot of attention. I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. Please look at the numbers. Please look at where our supportive services are. That's also an area in greatest need. I know maybe some of you did not have a say in where they were, so I'm probably not speaking to the right folks, but I have this moment to raise that to everyone's attention. And finally, I want to say that we've already seen a lot of progress in Ramona Gardens, and I wanted to finally mention that, and something I've already mentioned, is it's the trust component that goes a long way. So if we commit something, we have to follow through. Just like when we had promised many of our communities that we were going to build schools, and we kept promising and promising, they wouldn't believe us, wouldn't work with us at the school district, and we finally did it. So let's focus on the trust as well with the actual programs who are going to work in these areas. It's not only the programs themselves. It's not only the resources we put in there, but it's that interaction we have with these communities each and every day, how we approach them, that we understand them, that we know where they're coming from, because many of us do not know what life is like to live in these communities each and every day. Thank you.
Mr. Ellicott? No? We can pass if you want. All right, it's the fast run to the microphone. Mr. Ellicott.
Yeah, we're going to go into much more depth, but I think it's worth recognizing that this is whatever money we can put into this program is just a drop in the bucket, and I think all the studies, all the assessments, all the programmers, all the service providers know that that this is not a final solution, and it won't be a final solution until we raise the proportionate dollars of spending in our educational system as compared to all the other states in the nation. I believe we're in the low 40 percentiles, depending on which report you look at, and quite often we're 49th, 48th in terms of per capita spending in our schools, and that is the greatest prevention program. So the work that the Cardenases, the mayors, the council as a whole, all of this is well and good to supplement a program that is sinking, and that is our educational system. But it's not going to solve the problems, and we hope that we can adjust as time goes on to put out the fires when they occur. I just felt that in the conversation people get this impression, these people think they can stop gang violence, when everybody in the city knows this is not going to happen with such a small allocation, particularly when the fundamental nature of the problem is that our educational system doesn't have the resources to get into the real issue of values and educating people as to consistent values like respect and dignity and all those kinds of things. But anyway, I just wanted to offer that comment to sort of shield you from those who think you don't know that. Maybe if you could just confirm that that's your opinion. You're all nodding yes, so it might be helpful for you to make a brief comment about that. I appreciate that.
I think you're absolutely right in that consistency of resources is extremely important, which is why we were very excited about this model that the Gang Reduction Youth Development Office has, because it has all the components needed to at least start the process. And then what's going to be really important is then staying consistent with the service providers, but then also have all those checks and balances, which this office is trying to do by doing a needs assessment, by doing the evaluation, and making sure that service providers are held accountable then to making sure that those services are provided adequately. So we're really excited about the process and that there's this comprehensive model in place now to at least start to try and address the gang problems here in Los Angeles.
I agree, and the need for the public school system to get the resources and get the reform needed to be really the anchor in these communities. The public school, especially the elementary school, is the community institution where everything starts right or wrong. And if all of these efforts being supported by the council and by the mayor's office to prevent and intervene in gang processes, if those can be attached to the school system so that parents involved in schools are also involved in their kids' lives in proactive ways against the gang involvement, there is a solution. It's a very costly one. It's a long-term one, but that's where the solution has to lie.
I would also say that having this infrastructure of a comprehensive strategy goes a long way, especially when there aren't a lot of resources. One of the things that we found in these communities was an immense amount of excuse me, love and support for their communities. The advocates that exist in these communities are what keep these communities as safe as they can be with limited resources. And what I would really just encourage you to think about, especially because resources are always at a minimum, is being consistent, because it was not just once that we heard, oh, another city program. And I think that should be taken seriously. I think there needs to be consistency, and I would also say to make the most out of those limited dollars, to really encourage and provide incentives to these areas to collaborate and cooperate with one another in terms of the agencies and the services.
So I know, everyone around this horseshoe knows this, but it's the educational system certainly, but I think the other sort of issue is the jobs, the lack of jobs and economic development. In the end, there's going to have to be long-term investment to revitalize these communities so that families are stable and they can rely on a paycheck that supports the entire family. So I would just say, in addition to the educational system, it's also the concentrated effort to do economic development in these areas.
And I would just sort of take all of these notes and draw attention to a program that we piloted this summer called Summer Nightlights, identifying 8 parks in our grid zones where the recommendations of the contractors and several reports prior to them that recreational activities in the evening hours and weekends are very difficult to provide. So, in the example of Ramona Gardens, who would have thought that a marble competition would have been, or marble tournament would have been as popular as it was last Saturday night at Ramona Gardens? So we're picking up these morsels of information to try new things. Handball in Pacoima, the popularity of skate parks all over the city. These are the sort of bits of information that the mayor's office needs in order to connect the dots, and the needs assessments were critical for that.
Mr. Cardis, you finished?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'll close by thanking all of you for all the work that you've done. Some of the uncovering that you've done is actually unprecedented, even though we've been trying to figure out how to address these issues in these very communities for well over 25 years. I want to thank you very much for doing the work that you've done, and also commend the mayor's office for being ready and continuing to get more ready to handle this issue into the future. But one thing I want to point out on the comments that were just made over the last few minutes about cost, let's not forget the cost of not addressing these issues on the front end with prevention and intervention programs that do cost as low as $1,200 to $1,400 per youth per year. Just one homicide investigation costs our city tax dollars over $1 million just for one homicide investigation. So the fact of the matter is, we are discussing the right approach for our society, the least expensive approach for our most conservative taxpayers, and the right approach when it comes to the human interests of all Angelenos. So I just want to make sure that people understand the fact that you've shared the truth about we need to put more money into programs and into solving the issues in and around these individuals, families, and these communities, especially in these grid zones, which are the hottest parts of Los Angeles with these issues. The cost is minuscule compared to just utilizing suppression and then having to deal with the after-the-fact cost. Just one homicide, well over $1 million it costs us to investigate one homicide. So with that, this is a known
Mr. Cardis, we
item.
have 3 speakers on this matter.
Oh, there are 3 more speakers?
Yes. There's 2 on 22 and 1 on 24.
Okay. Well, I'd like to give an instruction to the departments on this item, that the following departments to provide a report back to the Ad Hoc Committee on Gang Violence and Youth Development relative to how each department can incorporate and address the recommendations in these needs assessments, including the Human Relations Commission, CCYF, LAPD, Recreation and Parks, Community Development Department, Family Development Network, Youth Opportunity Movement, Workforce Investment Board, LAPD, and the City Attorney. And also to instruct the CAO to report back to the Ad Hoc Committee relative to how the needs assessments can be incorporated into budget process for the coming fiscal year. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
President.
public speakers on item 22. Michael, carry on.
Yes, my name is Michael Carrion, and I'm from the 14th District. And I'm just questioning how this is going to affect my district. What you're saying is that all this money is going to be put into Ramona Gardens, and you're going to pull all your resources from the El Sereno District to Ramona Gardens when it's needed there. Well, we have a large influx of problems in our community that need to be addressed. I don't know if you guys have thought this out. You mentioned elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. And the only word I hear from you guys is LAUSD schools. What about the rest of the schools in the community? We have Catholic schools, we have private schools that are the same children that are in the same community and have to deal with the same issues. But yet you're only going into LA Unified schools. I'm sure if you speak to the private schools, they'll let you in to educate their children too. There are children, and we pay taxpaying dollars for you to sit here and just go into LA Unified School District. I think you're being a little close-minded if you are doing that. If you're not, I would like for you to suggest or consider getting into some of the private schools. My children are both in Catholic school, and I don't see any of the benefits that you guys talk about here going towards them. Again, I think this basically starts at home. I know where my children are 24 hours a day. They don't go anywhere else without my supervision or my wife's supervision or somebody that I trust. I think a lot of this problem start at home. And we talk about the children. You guys got to educate the parents. The parents are what have to be educated around here. Some children are not going to get this because some parents won't allow them to get this. You have to educate some of the parents. I am an ex-gang member. I know what it feels like to be caught up in that mess. I know what it feels like to be stuck and know where to go. I feel I've cut that umbilical cord between me and the gang members and the gang life with my children. I have them in private school. I know where they are. They're involved in sports and everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Zuma Dog.
Yes, thank you on this most important issue. Well, after World War II, the U.S. sent Dr. Deming to Japan to rebuild the economy, complete rebuilding of the economy through training and jobs. We need to address this as complete from scratch rebuilding. Everybody would like to just round up all the gang members and throw them in jail. Not a reality. There simply is not enough jail space, and I'm here to say we will not be able to build enough prisons for the influx of additional criminals. And by the way, they call them gang members. We're talking about crime on the street, and the city wants you to do more. Regarding these programs, a lot of people are very concerned that the money is being wasted through these nonprofit programs and the community doesn't get what is promised. It's a fallacy to think that you could give big money to some shot caller OGs and think they could control the communities. It doesn't work like that anymore because you have just a lot of the youngsters out there that are doing their own things. And the city did do a good thing. It got criticized on talk radio. They did do more to enforce and strengthen the juvenile curfew. You know, just a little thing like that. Hey, you can't be 12 years old anywhere on the street hanging out with an 18-year-old gang member. And, you know, that is a tremendous tact. But I want more. We hear a lot about locking them up. I don't think this program's going to do anything. We got way too many people to deal with. It's just going to get worse. Economic development. I had an idea for things like set up telemarketing centers and, where people can come in to do jobs, just job creation. I write about it on ZumaTimes.com. Just one quick example. Let's just say telemarketing is an important industry, and we're losing it overseas. You know, when you call up for 311 or 411, or you complain about DirecTV or AOL, it goes over somewhere else now. How about if we do it here? Have the city set these up through the nonprofits. More nonprofit money for direct job creation, where people can come in and actually work. Thank you. I stumbled through it, but thank you for listening.
Rita of Sunland. Rita of Sunland.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry my taxpayer-funded translator didn't show up, so I'm just going to have to wing it. Frankly, I think this type of assessment is a bunch of BS. I really do. Us taxpayers have had it up to here with all this talk about, issues and challenges. Why don't you call them problems? They are problems, definitely. What is this, $1 million a homicide? Could I see the itemization on that? It's absolutely absurd. You're just throwing money away, throwing money, more and more money, to me, is not the answer. Us homeowner taxpayers, we are tired of paying for other people's problems, other people's mistakes, and other people's children who won't shut up and sit down and learn something. You know, and it starts at home. You can't just do everything through the schools, and half the time, these parents that you think, we got to help the parents, well, they're already gangbangers. So, I'm tired of this. I think things like Jamil's Law, authored by Walter Moore, I think something like that would really help. Sorry, I'm for enforcement. Yeah, I'm for suppression. Because we can't just slap these kids on the wrist. Oh, no. You know, now behave. Either that or just give in to them and make the school uniforms the gangbang outfit. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'm outraged and I'm ashamed of this entire city council. It's just a kangaroo court. This is an absolute circus and a disgrace. How many more leading questions can Mr. Cardenas, I know, I'm not supposed to talk about anyone individually, ask anyway?
Thank you. Your time's up, ma'am. Thank you. This matter is now before us, numbers 22 through 27. On those matters, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Weezer?
Yeah, point of clarification. Mr. Cardenas's verbal amendment that was accepted. Did you need a second for that? I just wanted to make sure that. Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cardenas, we're now on item number 21.
Thank you all
we
very
have
much.
public speakers on these. Do you want to go public speakers, or do you want to bring the information forward? Your pleasure.
Speakers on it?
We have public speakers on number 21.
How many?
5 public speakers. Would you like to hear them first and then have the presentation, or vice versa?
Okay, we'll
Your
hear the
pleasure,
public
sir.
speakers first.
All right. Zuma Dog is our first public speaker on number 21.
Yes, I'll try to say it better this time. Basically, we have gang intervention. What it is, it's money that is given to different organizations to try to, help people in need in the communities, like, for example, ex-gang members, maybe released from prison. It's a great concept. I love the idea of gang intervention and youth development. However, it's a corrupt system. Let's just say it's a broken system. And if you think that doing this stuff is going to make a dent, see, here's the problem. The city will take a measure like this and say, yeah, we're doing this gang intervention youth development zones, we're solving the problem, but let's face it, you don't have enough room in the prisons anyway. We're going to be dealing with the wave of criminals on the streets. They're getting here more and more each day. And again, I'm here to say, by the way, Althea Shaw, she's here, hopefully will be speaking. Jamil's Law, something, there's been a lot more public pressure for the city to do more. Jamil's Law, for example, everybody go to jamilslaw.com. But with that said, besides enforcement, again, I want to see the city do much more. Take some of this nonprofit money and use it for business development in these areas to provide jobs. You say, oh, gee, they're making $1,000 selling crack. Well, not that many people are doing that. There's everybody else there just trying to hustle up a dub sack and a little bit of food and milk for their family, get their mouths fed. So provide some of these opportunities. Again, for example, I like the idea of the telemarketing center. I did a lot of market research, and you could have hundreds of people coming in the communities, on the phones. Maybe the mayor could say, gee, we need more 311 operators, and have, one of these programs provide that service. A lot of that type of thing. And parents need to do much more. Of course, it's the obvious thing, and a lot of the parents don't care. But for the ones who do care and maybe have just been a little bit slacking, you really need to know where your kids are and prepare for this problem. It is not going away.
Ellen Sanchez.
Good afternoon. I'm Ellen Sanchez, and I'm the Director of Community Outreach and Prevention at the Violence Intervention Program, Community Mental Health Center. Our agency has been in Lincoln Heights for 24 years, providing multifaceted services for families who've been hurt by violence. And we now have, in addition, the prevention arm of the agency, the Santana House Youth Action Center, which was built by 20 teens from the neighborhood who were struggling with just the issues that you heard about from the panel before, trying to stay out of gangs and needing a place where they could be safe and get the support they needed to move their lives forward. Our partners in the collaboration that will address the zone, the Ramona Gardens Hollenbeck zone, are Barrio Action in El Sereno and Legacy LA in Ramona Gardens. Barrio Action has been working in the El Sereno community for 30 years, and Legacy LA has come up from within Ramona Gardens and is a very promising new organization. I want to commend the mayor's office and the work of Reverend Carr and his staff on the process that they developed for this. You heard the needs assessment piece, which was a critical part at keeping the focus on the community itself and the distinct needs, and making sure that all of those of us who are hoping to work in these areas will address those needs directly for those distinct communities. But also the focus on youth development as opposed to just prevention of problems.
Ma'am, thank you. Your time is up. John Walsh, please.
John Walsh, LAUS teacher since 1985, February, quarter of a century. We had one good program in this city. It was called DARE. Who killed it? Bernie Parks killed it. And Reardon killed it. It isn't in the school anymore. We had police in the school. I went through that program for 10 or 12 years. Bernie Parks killed it. And he had a right to kill it because he had the power. I hear rumbling and mumbling. Let me show you something. These are my arms. You see any gang tattoos on my bare arms? Let the mayor take his coat off and show you his arms. And take a look at the scars on his arms from his gang tattoos. The whole world is watching this. Now, I've been threatened, and incidentally, I am tired of hearing that gangs are all minorities. That is racism. You know that the gang would burn down on December 24th, Christmas Eve. The Hollywood Little Country Church of Hollywood was a white gang. They call themselves vampires. That's their term. Now, I just want you to say, there is a letter, in case I'm murdered, there is a letter at 60 Minutes at Richard Bonin. There are letters that will tell who murdered me. Okay? And this tape will be on 60 Minutes. It'll be all over the world. So it's all to your advantage that John Walsh doesn't get murdered for getting up and talking about white gangs, and Eric did nothing about it till I came down here. I went to the LAPD, to the Hollywood deputy. They had a Hollywood chief. He knew nothing about the gangs. He knew nothing about their swastikas on the street. There was a Ku Klux Klan cross. There was Nazi graffiti all over the site where I live. And no one did anything about it till I came up here. And you still have done nothing because you are all racists. And all you see in gangs
Mr. Walsh, your time's up. Thank you. Virgil Walker.
As white as Lily.
Virgil Walker, followed by Matt Dowd in the Valley.
Thank you. I'm Virgie Walker, President of People Coordinated Services, agency that has been serving at-risk individuals, families, and the community since 1939. We have a collaborative in the Newton District. We did use the needs assessment as a critical part. We went through a comprehensive process with the mayor's office. Everybody was allowed to go through that process. We responded to the proposal. We had a collaborative. We were allowed an oral interview. We also were able, for those who wanted to go through an appeals process. What we saw was integrity within the system. We see communities in crisis. We see children in crisis. We see families in crisis. We recommend approval of the gang reduction. Thank you.
Matt Dowd in the Valley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Zine, ad hoc council president, for the moment. Yeah, this one is it's worth a minute because I'll just explain. We're paying $500,000 per organization for this gang reduction and youth development, but it's really just a money go round because see all the parents. Zoom is right about one thing. The parents. They're all out earning the money to pay for all these trash fees and all these fees and taxes from the city of Los Angeles, business taxes, and how many people out there got a ticket when they're unloading a vehicle or some crazy money-making scheme. You know what? The mayor of Los Angeles got a lot of explaining to do, and this whole gang reduction thing, they're taking money out of your pocket in one hand and they're giving it to these organizations, and you will not see any improvement on the street with this kind of thing.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. Mr. Carr.
We do this the first before you guys.
I have some questions for you. I mean, you and I are probably going to have to try to figure out, it's kind of like a broken record. We've discussed a lot of these things in the committee on various occasions and recently on this particular item, but for the benefit of the people present and watching and the interested parties throughout the city, I'm going to ask you some of these questions again. In the interest of time, I'm probably going to combine some of my questions together. First of all, short answer, please. The amount of resources between the council and the mayor's office that we were able to put together for these grid zones and for the issue of youth development and violence in the city amongst our youth, is it enough, and do we need to grow and continue to do more?
Well, it's certainly not enough, in my opinion. I think we need to grow it, and we did put $5 million more, the council and the mayor, in this year's budget for prevention and intervention, but clearly we need to continue to grow that.
Thank you. And also, when it comes to the assessments that were just spoken of a few minutes ago, those were the bases for how the RFPs were put together before they went out to the streets, and then we got the responses, and then now this item is about awarding those prevention programs within the zones, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, between now and December 31st, the mayor's office has engaged in a process of continuing to do the additional prevention RFP process in the additional zones, and also a total of 12 intervention, potentially 12 intervention contracts within the zones. In addition to that, intervention and prevention contracts and responsibilities to agencies throughout the city outside the zones. That being the case, are you still comfortable that so far you're on schedule?
Yes, I do. I think we're on schedule.
And in addition to that, as was mentioned earlier, there are going to be needs assessments done for the additional 5 zones between now and then also that timeliness is critical for you to stay on time for those assessments, correct?
That's correct, and they are in process.
Okay. Now, with that, I think it's important for people to understand, if you could articulate how the mayor's office, I mentioned earlier, this is an entire paradigm shift. Before, we had most of what the mayor's office is going to be handling was being done by a city department, CDD. Bridges 1, Bridges 2 contracts will continue till the end of this year, and then from that point forward, the Bridges 1, Bridges 2 concept and contracts will no longer exist, and this grid zone model in 12 areas in the city, and also an intervention prevention model outside the grid zones is going to take place, transitioning to December 31st, and then it's going to be, that's the dynamic of how we're going to address this issue after that. Can you briefly tell us how we're going to incorporate intervention and prevention outside the zones as well?
Well, I think, as you know, we have targeted about 85% of our resources for these 12 gang reduction youth development zones, which, as I've stated before, those areas represent about 35% of the gang-related violence in the entire city, and actually those areas are 4 times more violent than the rest of the city on whole. But clearly, there are other parts of the city where there might be smaller clusters of violence, where we recognize the gang problem is not just confined within the boundaries that we've identified. And so we have left some resources, about 15% of those resources, to address those other areas around prevention and intervention as well.
Okay. Now, one of the things I want to make sure that people understand, there have been many, many hours dedicated to this transition that we're speaking to today, with one of the first elements being these prevention contracts. And also there have been countless hours in the committee of the council, the gang committee as it's referred to. In addition to that, many meetings with third-party organizations to try to figure out how we can actually move forward in a much more comprehensive manner than before. One of the main elements that people have been speaking of over the last few years is we will have more transparency and more accountability. The fact that is now most of this is going to be coming out of the mayor's office, do you feel confident that the transparency and accountability will be adhered to from your office?
Absolutely. In fact, I think this process for the first 6 prevention grants that we're going to be making contracts is probably as transparent a process as you can get. Actually, if you go, for those who are watching by television or listening, if you go to the mayor's website, you can actually see our transmittal online, and you can actually get exactly how our process took place, the organizations that submitted proposals, what their scores were, those that appealed, if their appeals were accepted, and if their proposals were adjusted in terms of their scores, or if they were denied. All that information is available online, and we're committed to continue to be transparent about how our office does business, and also to be accountable for results in the future.
Okay. Now, speaking to accountability, are you aware of the fact that your office is now going to have to hold these organizations accountable and provide an assessment process and an evaluation process going forward?
Absolutely, and in fact, as you know, we'll be issuing an RFP, request for proposals, for an outside evaluator and a group to actually evaluate the GRID program throughout the city on an annual basis, to really see where we're being successful, where things are working and where things are not working, so that we can actually make adjustments along the way as we move forward.
Okay. Now, there was actually a motion of the City Council to actually make the move from our previous system to the current system that now falls largely on the shoulders of the Mayor's office. And in that motion, it talked about how the responsibility of the Mayor's office is to cooperate and report to the City Council. Is that going just fine, and your awareness of that is clear?
I'm certainly aware of it. I suppose the council would maybe be able to answer whether or not whether they think that it's going well. I feel like we're communicating as well as can be expected, trying to give notice to the council of what we're doing so that you all are our partners. We certainly see the council offices as our partners in this endeavor.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Matter passes. Thank you. Ms. Perry, item number 40.
The receive and file.
Item number 40,
Yeah.
Ms. Perry.
I got a motion to
We
receive.
have one card on number 40. Matt Dowd, public comment.
No, Mr. President, it's item number 9 and 44 are together, and that was called special by. Oh, okay.
So let's do number 40 right now. Matt Dowd in the Valley. And then we will do number...
Yeah, thank you. I'll waive this
41.
one. Thank you, City Council.
And then we'll do 44.
Okay, move to receive and file. Yeah. Move to receive.
We move to receive and file without objection. Matters received and filed without objection. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote. Now, Ms.
11
Perry.
ayes.
Ms. Perry, we're now at number 44.
44. And Mr. Chair, the city attorney has advised me that each speaker should be afforded the opportunity to speak 2 minutes. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. If you would allow me, before you start calling the cards, I would just like to make my points. Before us today is a project that began as a vision of Juanita Tate back in 1992. Juanita Tate was the executive director of Concerned Citizens of South Central Los Angeles. This is how long this project has been in the works. In November of 1999, the Community Redevelopment Agency issued a request for proposals to develop this 6-acre site into a retail center. The RFP was awarded to Slauson Central, LLC, a partnership between Regency Realty Group and Concerned Citizens of South Central Los Angeles. Subsequently, the CRA entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement and ultimately, in 2004, a disposition and development agreement with Central Slauson, LLC to develop the retail center. The disposition and development agreement was approved by the Redevelopment Agency Commission and the Los Angeles City Council in December of 2004, and it is before you again today due to protracted legal issues that the courts have ruled on. In short, the land for the retail center was acquired through condemnation and was litigated in both state and federal court for 2 years. In 2006, the court awarded the redevelopment agency possession of the properties. Before you today is approval of the amended disposition and development agreement and supplemental environmental work to the mitigated negative declaration. This action was approved unanimously by the CRA Commission on August the 7th and again by the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee on August the 13th. The agreement was necessary since the redevelopment agency owns the land, it codifies the retail tenant mix, establishes a profit-sharing agreement between the developer and the redevelopment agency once certain monetary thresholds are met. I ask that you support this action. This is a transformative project and fulfills the dream and the vision of Juanita Tate. Her children are here today to speak as well. This job will provide prevailing wage, temporary jobs through construction, approximately 200 permanent living wage jobs to the immediate community, a high-quality, full-service grocery store, as well as other necessary retail amenities like a sit-down restaurant and a bank to the Central Avenue corridor. Additionally, for all permanent jobs created at the center, there is a local hire goal of 50%. Local hire includes any resident who lives within 3 miles of the retail center. The developer will utilize a job outreach project to hire people who live within 3 miles of the project site. And finally, the development will include a computer training center that will be open to the entire public. The Learning Center is to be leased to concerned citizens of South Central Los Angeles for $1 per year for 25 years. This is the highest of quality development with extraordinary community benefits. It has been vetted and vetted and vetted again and deserves your support today. So after the speakers are concluded, I do ask for an aye vote. Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Perry, now we want to hear from the public speakers. Want to hear from the public speakers?
Yes, please.
Okay. On this matter, there's 9 and 44. They're linked together. So some folks fill out a card on 9, some on 44, some on both.
That's
so
fine.
We're linking them together. Our first speaker will be Daniel Wright. Daniel Wright. Followed by Sarah Withers. Followed by Gloria Mendez. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, council members. Daniel Wright, 215 Marengo Avenue, Pasadena, on behalf of Kramer Metals and M&A Gabay. This is a troubled project. You've heard that the rightful owners were and remain ready to provide the neighborhood with a needed shopping center at no public subsidy. A simple comparison that is before each of you, please take a look at it, shows that millions of dollars that you will spend on a project that will be taken away from the private sector owners who were ready and remain ready to do a project without public subsidy. I also want to point out a Brown Act issue on today's agenda. You gave the public only 24 hours Brown Act agenda notice that this public hearing would occur today. Item 9 on your regular meeting agenda informs the public that the public comment will be provided today only if a public hearing is not held in the council committee. Hearing was provided in the committee, which would tell a member of the public that no hearing would be afforded today. That is why a lot of concerned members of the public did not attend today. They looked at the regular agenda and thought that no testimony would be allowed. However, your staff added a public hearing to a special meeting agenda yesterday, just 24 hours ago. You apparently have known for weeks that you would conduct a public hearing on this today. Therefore, there was no basis to fail to provide the required 72 hours public notice on your regular meeting agenda. As a special meeting agenda may not be used to deprive the public of proper Brown Act agenda notice of the date, time, and place of this public hearing. For this reason, anything that you adopt today will likely violate the Brown Act. You should also know that the eminent domain actions are up on appeal, and if they are overturned, you will face substantial liability. Thank you for your attention, and we urge a no vote or a tabling. Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti on this matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And Mr. Wright is a friend, and I've enjoyed working with him on issues in the past. I just wanted to establish one thing for the record, because the posting of the special agenda was something I was privy to as witness. There was no discussion of that weeks ago. I was in, and Mr. Weston is not here, but in committee it was suggested by the clerk and in a conversation 2 days ago that the special meeting agenda be used as a way to put that on. That requires 24 hours notice, so there was certainly not on my part, Mr. Weston's part, who are the two makers of the agendas involved, knowledge for weeks of a public hearing today. So I just wanted to make sure that was established for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Sarah Withers, followed by Gloria Mendez.
Good morning, honorable members. As you could see, you have all been distributed this handout before you. It's a comparison that actually the CRA board requested of staff approximately about a month ago. That was never done. It was to be placed side by side, both projects. As you could see, Slauson Central, Regency, and Concerned Citizens are suggesting a 76,000 square foot center. The Kramer Gabay proposal is for 91,000 square feet with a nationally recognized credit tenant grocer. The approximate contribution is over $21 million. And it's all the information that are in these documents are from your CRA documentation. The developer is paying $1.1 million for this property. Gabay Kramer is proposing no subsidy whatsoever. We are also proposing the exact same benefits be offered with all the hiring requirements, etc., the community center, everything. The only difference is that the city will have an added benefit with the Kramer Gabay proposal because it will have the ability to maintain all the tax revenue that will otherwise go to pay off a Section 108 loan that Regency and Concerned Citizens will need. We ask today that you please reconsider this gift of public funds and take a closer look at this deal. When we have from day one have come before you and the CRA and requested that we can do this project with zero subsidy, save the taxpayers of the City of Los Angeles over $21 million for this project. Thank you.
Gloria Mendez.
Good afternoon.
My name is Gloria Mendez. I am here to support the project that Jim Perry have because I think that we need it. It's an empty lot where people put trash, where people going there and who knows, they may have drugs or whatever. So I believe with all my heart that this project is going to help the community because it's going to be a healthy restaurant. It's going to be a place where you can go in and buy things that you needed. And more than anything, it's going to give a lot of job for people that right now they need it. I have some neighbors that they're looking for a job. And I told them, be patient. I know it's not easy to say it, but I said, we're going to have a new project where you're going to enjoy and have a job. We already know that we have one in 18 more months. We're going to have a project, thanks to Jim Perry and thanks to God, that we going to have people that are going to have jobs. We're going to have a nice restaurant and market where we can buy fresh fruit. So please, I asking you today, vote yes. We need it, and I know who want to really appreciate is our community and Jim Perry. She's a hard worker, and I thank God for her.
John Johnson. John Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and distinguished members of the Los Angeles City Council. I thank you for this opportunity to come before you and offer my support of the concerned citizens and ask you to support Councilmember Jan Perry in her efforts to improve the quality of services and economic development in Council District 9. To some, a sit-down restaurant and a full-service grocery store may seem minuscule and insignificant. However, I want to suggest that it's a major issue when it comes to this portion of our community, because this helps us to implement and set an environment for healthy and holistic living. And we possess the ability to convey to the community that all Angelenos deserve reasonable access to a full start, a fresh start, and a healthy start. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Marco Miklovin. Marco Miklovin. Following that will be Carol White.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. Thank you for allowing me to appear before you today. My name is Marco Mlikotin. I'm with the California Alliance to Protect Private Property Rights, an organization devoted to reforming eminent domain abuse. Before you today, you have an extraordinary case of abuse. You have a private property owner, a rightful property owner, that's willing to develop their property with no public assistance. In contrast, you have another one that requires over $20 million worth of public assistance, a public subsidy of taxpayer dollars. Today you heard testimony from homeless organizations and advocates and those who are trying to deal with a serious gang issue. That money should be devoted to those causes and not this one. The property owner here has a plan to build a shopping center. It was approved by your planning department, only later for your redevelopment agency to recommend that it be seized by eminent domain. And it was. This alternative plan involves a gift of public dollars in conveying this publicly financed retail center to a development partnership with a nonprofit organization, one that has a questionable history of managing public dollars. It's been reported in the LA Times that the state of California found that they had mismanaged over $1.3 million for a soccer field that had never been built, one that this city council had invested in as well. So we urge you to vote no against this, or at least table and ask important questions. Should an organization with a questionable record be able to be entrusted with a publicly financed retail center? Could this $20 million be better spent? Who is the financial beneficiary of this subsidy, given that the other developer is willing to pay or pay the same amount for bricks and mortar, where is this $20 million ultimately going to rest? And lastly, can this nonprofit organization, are they in the financial position to manage and own a publicly financed retail center? So thank you again for considering my point of view.
Thank you. Carol White, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and council members. I am enthusiastic and to be here to support this project. It seems as though that very often people who live outside of our area and don't walk in our shoes on a daily basis seem to always know better than this community. It seems as though that there is no lack of confidence outside of this community in those people who live here, who invest their time and their effort here to do the right things by this community. It seems as though what comes with this paternalistic attitude is an attitude that we don't really need a grocery store that our residents can walk to and a healthy restaurant. Let's let them get on the bus and go 2 to 3 miles away from us. Let's go to another city to go to a sit-down restaurant. It seems as though no one really understands what's happening in South Los Angeles, and that we struggle to have some type of a good life under very, very difficult conditions. I support this project. I support many other projects. I support what it will bring in terms of jobs and what it will bring to our stakeholders in our communities to their bettering their quality of life.
Joe Turner. Joe Turner. Followed by Michael Parker.
Mr. President and the City Council, thank you for allowing us, first of all, to come here, and you guys are listening to us, I think. I hope you are, because I'm here in support of this project at the corner of Slauson and Avalon. And the reason why I am more supportive than most people is, in 1965, when California was on, Los Angeles was on fire, there was many people who said, we're not coming back to Los Angeles. In 1999, it happened again. More people stole stuff out of their stores and hid it in cabinets and still said, I'm not coming back in again. You know what's real strange about that? Nobody have come back into this particular area. If you take this area that we're talking about today, from Central to Slauson, you'll find that that is within the boundaries of Candu. Candu is a neighborhood council. We do not have but one store, one grocery store in those entire boundaries, from Slauson to 84th, from Central to the freeway. There's one store, and that is El Tapatio, which are doing a fine job, but I would like to be able to go someplace else. Mr. Kramer, who says he would love to spend $20 million, he haven't did it. His store, his place have been right next door there since Sears and Roebuck. I know I stepped out of line. Sears and Roebuck, which was 100 years ago, it seems like, was sitting on that very same corner. We still don't have anything here. If Mr. Kramer wanted to do so much, instead of him moving down Slauson to pass the freeway, the train station, maybe he could have did something there. But that property has been, oh, yes, sir, I'll be out in a minute. That property has been barren for quite some years. They put a car lot out there, and we just was not able to do anything with that property.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Mr. Parker.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of City Council, Mr. President. My name is Mike Parker. I'm a resident at 624 West 43rd Place in Los Angeles at the Figueroa Vernon area. nearby to the Slauson and Central project, which I firmly, very much stand united with many people in my surrounding area in supporting that project. As an educator with LA Unified, especially at nighttime, working down in that area with English second language, I'm very disappointed at the lack of resources that we have in the area. Once again, like people said before me, City Council people, please come take a ride down and see what we have in the area. With lack of code enforcement, with all of the just endless illegal vending in and around the area, which is just out of control. We need this situation for support, for jobs, for better quality of life issues in and around the area for our citizens, for our young people, for the tax-paying people who live in the community. We do not have enough going on down there. It would very much help us. Please come down and view the area. And again, we support this fully 100%. We need it. We deserve it. We're asking for our fair share within that area. Please help us and vote yes with it. Thank you.
David Weber. David Weber. Followed by Carol Black.
Hi, I'm David Weber, representing Slauson Central LLC and also Regency Centers, the partner developer on the project. I'll turn over the most of my time to the people that really should be speaking on this, and that's the residents of the community and their support for the project. I'd also like to thank Councilwoman Perry. We've been on this for 10 years, along with staff. I think this is a poster child example of how redevelopment is supposed to work, where you've got existing uses such as this one as a scrap metal yard, leaching toxins into the soil, and we're coming in with an owner that did not want to participate and now have used eminent domain to make an actual project and redevelopment happen and give a benefit, the list of which, as you have all seen in your packets, is very self-explanatory. So please urge your vote, approval of this so we can move forward and get started and make a real change out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Black, please.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Carol Black, and I've been in the area for that many years. Okay, it seemed like a rule of thumb in the poverty area, if you can find a way to keep us down, you're not going to help us. We know that. All these years, you know we needed a grocery store over there, we needed sit-down restaurants. We want the same thing that you have in your area. But you sent everybody over here to run surveys, to find out what we want, take it back to your area, implement it, and we're still waiting. Somebody came up and said, we're going to fight for this project, and all of a sudden, now that it's getting ready to happen, somebody else shows up and says, well, we can do this for no money from the citizens. Well, we've been paying taxes for years and never got representation. Okay? Now we got somebody going to do it. If it's going to cost us some money, we don't care. We still want a sit-down restaurant. We want a grocery store. You tell us you need healthy food. Well, we got to walk to get it. Okay? We want the same thing. You don't have to ask us anymore. Think about what you want. And if you want it, we want it.
Thank you. Juan Garcia. Juan Garcia.
Good afternoon, City Council members and Jan Perry. Good afternoon. My name is Juan Garcia. I live in South Central Los Angeles for the past 18 years. I witnessed the 1992 uprising, and I saw all the businesses along Central Avenue burn to ashes on the floor. A lot of those businesses have not been rebuilt. The private sector has neglected South Central for many, many years. I have 2 little children, and I have to drive all the way to Bear Gardens to buy a big box of diapers. It's ridiculous. I wish that we had more goods and services in our area, more stores, more economic opportunity for our people. South Central deserves that. And this shopping center, I support it because it's one more piece of the puzzle to make this community better. This is one step in the right direction, and I hope that you guys approve this project for the benefit of the people that live in that area. And again, I encourage all of you guys to take a drive take a drive along Central Avenue and see it for yourself. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you. Noreen McClendon. Noreen McClendon. Followed by Eugene Williams.
Good afternoon. My name is Noreen McClendon. I am the Executive Director of Concerned Citizens of South Central Los Angeles and the daughter of Juanita Tate. I come to you today urging you to vote in support of this project. We've been working for 18 years. I want to say that again, 18 years. We started in 1990 trying to develop this project. We started trying to develop it with Mr. Kramer, whose demands were so unreasonable. Basically, he wanted us to develop it and sell it to him in 3 years at the undeveloped price. M&A Gabay told me to my face at a dinner that he paid for at the Palms restaurant that the only reason he bought into this property was because he felt he had been wronged by Jan Perry on a deal at King and Figueroa. Okay, so this is not a person. If they wanted to develop this shopping center, it would have been developed. The people in my community, the taxpayers that need to be paid attention to and need to be considered here are the ones who live in the 9th District within the area that this center is going to be developed. These are the people who have been waiting for years. Concerned Citizens has played by the rules all of this time trying to get this center developed. We have developed over $100 million worth of property, so the notion that we don't have any development capacity is absurd. It's absurd. We've developed over 700 units of affordable housing. I urge you to do the right thing today. Don't let those people who don't live in the community, who go home to grocery stores, drugstores, sit-down restaurants, and other things, come in here and tell you that somehow you're being unfair by voting in favor of a project that the community asked us for 18 years ago. Thank you.
Eugene Williams.
Council President, council members, Councilwoman Perry, Councilman Parks, Councilman Garcetti, Councilwoman Gruhl. You know, we've given more than 30 years of service to this community. We could have opted, each of us, to pursue private interests and been very successful at it. We were raised to engage in public service. And come hell or high water, political challenges and support, we've given it. It's very hard. Sometimes we understand that we're in the public arena, but sometimes it's very hard to hear innuendo and slander and challenge for someone who worked with total integrity. So we could have a lot of fine speeches. We don't need to take any more time. My hope is that you will approve this project because the community needs it, and we really have nothing else left to say about it, the issue. We've done all we can. All we ask is that you do what you think is best. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Mark Williams. Mark Williams. Followed by Kimberly Williams.
Good afternoon. This is a project whose time has come. It's something that should be supported. It'll be something that we all can be proud of. The community needs it desperately. As my brother said, it's been 20 years trying to make this happen, and we tried to make it happen in partnership with Mr. Kramer. We always wanted to work with everybody in our community to make it a better place for everybody. We too have been made to sacrifice. The LA Unified School District condemned our property in Slauson and Maine that we had planned for a shopping center. We know what it's like to have to sacrifice for our community. We feel for him. We wish that he had worked with us earlier. This could have been done a better way, but there's no better way to do it now than the way that's before you. So please support this project. Thank you.
I think we have the whole Williams family here today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Very briefly, I am Kimberly Williams. I am the proud granddaughter of Juanita Tate, and a proud resident and employee in the South Central community for 2 years. It seems to me unfathomable that it will be a privilege to be able to go in the community that I live in and purchase the proper things needed to run a home and have services that a community should have, but instead I have to drive. Thankfully, I have the means to drive several miles away to get services that should be in my own community. I think all the points that could have possibly been made have been made. This is a long time coming. 18 years is a long time to get something as simple as a sit-down restaurant and a grocery store and a drugstore. Rather than hold it up in litigation any farther, I would hope that you would vote yes today and approve something that is very needed for my community. Thank you.
Thank you. David Solis. David Solis.
Good afternoon. I live in South Central. It's kind of hard. My family, we drive far to go to a sit-down place to eat, and when gas is so high, when we can just go up the street and eat. So I'm voting that we brighten up this community by adding the shopping center. It would also help me and the community and save everyone and make us all happy.
Rosina Gibson.
Hello, my name is Regina Gibson. I am a property supervisor of Concerned Citizens of South Central Los Angeles. Well, I only have a couple of things to say. Well, we've been hearing the word change. It's time for change. Change in South Central Los Angeles. I am here to support the new shopping center that is greatly deserved in our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Emiko Williams. Another Williams. Are there any other family members left? There you go. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, President and council members. I'm also a grandson of Juanita Tate, and I live in South Central Los Angeles, and we really do not have shopping centers around, and it would really be a big help to the community if we have one. Thank you.
Thank you. Eva Morales.
Good afternoon. My name is Eva Morales, and I'm here to support this project. I think it's a very important, it's a good thing for the community. People have more jobs and a really close grocery store to go and shop at. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley Hemphill.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Councilman, and Ms. Jan Perry. Really good.
Can't hear you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, the councilmen, and Jan Perry. I'm really glad to see her. It's been a long time. I had the opportunity to meet her actually the day when Juanita decided to check out. Anyway, I'm the resident manager for the Juanita Tate Legacy Tower located on the corner of 49th and Central. Since 2004, when Concerned Citizens took over the building, we have had the opportunity to change the community, right within the community. Our building is 120 units. It's a senior building, and if you ever get a chance, stop by and see what they have to say. We even have a man there that's 102, ran Central Avenue, and he could tell you the stories. But we do need a shopping center in Central. I mean, with the price of gas, every time I decide to take staff out, we're either in Pasadena, Norwalk, Cerritos, we shouldn't have to go there to have a good night out after we've worked hard all week. We should be able to do those things right there in our community, and I'm here to support that, and I've Also want to say that we have the opportunity to actually hire the people in the neighborhood, so we get to know the community, we interact with them, and that stands and says a lot for everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Amoyu? Jay Amoyu? Joy. I'm sorry. Looks like a J-A-Y, but J-O-Y.
Joy.
Joy, thank you.
My name is Joy Elliott Amoyo. Good afternoon. And I'm here to express my complete support for the project at Slauson Central, the shopping center. Everyone mentioned a shopping center, a sit-down restaurant, but also a bank. You know, it's really hard to find a bank in the community. I've been an affordable housing practitioner and educator in the community for the past 8 years, and I know how important this kind of project is in even getting the affordable housing projects accepted and approved, because they want a proximity to amenities. However, I also live in the community. I'm a mother and a mentor, and really on the personal level, it represents beautifying the neighborhood, which I'm all for. You know, convenience, shopping, economic development, all those wonderful things. But really what I want to stress is that on a personal level, that it really is something that is very much needed in the community, and that would create a sense of space, place, and community pride. So I thank you in advance for supporting the Slauson Central project. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Fralin. Cindy Fralin. And our final speaker on this will be Zuma Dog. Thank you.
Mr. President, council members, my name is Curtis Fralin. I'm with Infinity Redevelopment. I started this project in the early 90s as Juanita Tate's broker. Will now be a partner with Concerned Citizens with the finished project. No shopping center should take 16 years to complete, but I'm hoping that once you approve this agenda item, that this case will be a case study for future redevelopment deals, because we need to stop predatory developers coming in and trying to slow down and take over developments that have been in the works for many, many years. It's part of the reason why the subsidy is so high, and we really need to get this shopping center built by next year for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Fralin, I'm sorry I mispronounced your name, but the U looks like an I. So,
What?
Mr. Zuma Dog, go ahead.
Yes. This is a very important item. You know, it all looks innocent, and again, we have a situation where it sounds good. Of course, this is a great mall for the area that people need and want and all of that. It's not about the project itself. It's about who's going to build the project. Now, what I understand, I just did a legislative review of the project, and you had a private developer that was going to develop this without using any subsidized money. Well, like a toy in the sandbox, the CRA comes around and, oh, we're going to do it. By the way, I'd like the people watching at home, you see a bunch of people that just come up here and say they want it. Well, there's a group called Concerned Citizens of South Central. Yes. They helped Jan Perry get elected into office. It's a politically connected group that's tied into the CRA. This is a, so just remember, all these people you see here lined up, they're all part of a group that Zuma Dog says will end up owning this mall if it gets to be built, because the people building it will not own it. They will be selling it. It'll be going back into the hands of the people that say they want this. So this is not about whether the project is good or bad. It's about a private developer that was going to offer community benefits and do it without subsidies, and then the political machine, the CRA, jumps in and says, oh, we want to do it, so now they're going to have to spend $20 million of subsidized money, and when the CRA gets involved, you know, it's all hell breaks loose, the money's wasted, the community doesn't get anything. Just look around the city of Los Angeles. It's called community redevelopment. Well, when you look around, I say they're doing a lousy job, and that's because all the money's wasted. Oh, and by the way, the person who wanted to build this mall for the community privately, the CRA came in and claimed eminent domain. So the CRA and the city of Los Angeles is an evil agency. And this sums it up perfectly. You have something that looks perfectly good, a great thing for the community, but then it's always diverted and subverted. It's litigious, insidious, insightful, not rightful. It's tragical, not magical. It's precocious, ferocious, and supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
All right, Miss Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have representatives from the Redevelopment Agency here, David Rigatello and Jenna Gulliger, and I'd just like to call them to the table so they can, shall we say, put a little truth on the record there and correct the record on some of the comments that have been made today that are inaccurate. And you all have a copy of the timeline of the project that goes back to, I believe, 1992. And if you just give them a moment to go through that, and I think that we can conclude unless there are questions from other members.
Ms. Perry, there's no one on the queue.
All right, great. Well, then if you could just do a summary again of...
Yeah, just this is Dave Riccatello with the Redevelopment Agency. Just, I think you have an outline of the timeline that was associated with this project. The planning for this actually started back in the 1990s, and it was working with the community to try to figure out what was needed in that area, and it was unanimously determined that a shopping center with a full-service supermarket was of primary importance to this community, underserved community. The official acquisition of the property started when the agency issued statements of interest back in 1999. Our process for acquiring property, as is also the case with the city, is governed by state law. So we start with trying to work with the existing property owners. It should be noted that at the time we started this project, Gabay, one of the property owners who is represented here today, was not a property owner at the time we started this project. That was followed by a RFP, which was issued. We solicited proposals for the development of the site consistent with the plans that the community felt was important to see happen there. That resulted in an E&A agreement, an exclusive negotiation agreement, which was approved by City Council. That ultimately ended up into a disposition and development agreement, which obligated the agency to acquire the property. We have to, of course, acquire it through the process prescribed by state law, which includes the preparation of appraisals by independent appraisers to determine fair market value, and you go through that process. Hopefully you try to achieve a voluntary acquisition, but if that fails, then you go to the board for resolutions of necessity and then pursue that action through the courts. We are still working on resolution of some outstanding issues related to the acquisition, and that's one of the main reasons why we're before you today with the amended and restated disposition agreement. We have an existing agreement with the existing developer. We're not here looking at alternative proposals. We have a contract. We are obligated to honor that contract. So we're here today looking at an amended and restated DDA to try to reflect basic current realities, economic realities with financing in today's market, and also the changes in the scope of the project, which overall is fairly minor. But the original agreement, for example, included a food for less, which is no longer part of the deal. We now have another full-service supermarket who's going to be paying living wages for all the employees of that market. That's Northgate. So we have to make those adjustments to the DDA to reflect those basic realities. So that's basically the process that we've gone through. You may argue one way or the other about the amount the agency has paid for the land, but that's based on a process that's geared towards determining fair market value. I don't believe you could do this project without a subsidy of any sort. If this is truly the value of the land, then this type of any developer coming in to develop this project would need some form of public subsidy. So that's basically all I had to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riccatello. And before we take a vote on this item, I just want to take just a very quick minute to acknowledge the life and the vision of Juanita Tate, with whom without her we would not be standing here this day, and to thank her family members for continuing the energy and the commitment to seeing this project through, and to thank all of the community members who are here today in staunch support of something that is so sorely and egregiously needed that I felt compelled to have the CRA come up here and make the record so that the record stands properly and correctly, and it will stand for all time. This is a transformative action we are about to take here today, and as Mr. Riccatello has indicated, we have a motion 44A, which makes some technical corrections to reflect the change in the grocery store and the size of the pad, but it is a mere technical correction. And so I ask for all of you, if you will, to vote yes as amended with item 44-A, and let us get a grand new start in memory and in celebration of the life of Juanita Tate, and in celebration of the entire community so that people can have the amenities and people at other parts of the city have as a matter of course. So I ask for an aye vote as amended.
Thank you. That matter is now before us with the amendment. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
There you go. You got it. Thank you. Okay, we have a commissioner that's been waiting patiently, and we apologize for the delay. Number 19, confirmation of the commissioner. Could you call that, please?
Item number 19 is a commission appointment of Mr. Fernando Diaz to the Quality Productivity Commission.
Mr. Diaz, we apologize for the delay. You probably arrived before 10 this morning. It's now almost 10 to 2 in the afternoon, so we apologize. But you've seen government in action. Mr. Huizar.
Very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I ask for your aye vote on the appointment of Mr. Diaz to the Quality and Productivity Commission. He has a very extensive background and knowledge of the city. And I think it's going to add to the knowledge base that we have on this committee already. Very familiar with land use issues, and as we undertake a planning study right now in the planning department where we are evaluating how we could improve those processes, I think it's right for someone like Mr. Diaz to help us in that discussion. So, Mr. Diaz, welcome. If you could just tell the council a little bit about yourself and what you hope to contribute to this commission.
Sure. Well, I've been doing land use planning for about 10 years. Have actually my own little firm based in downtown LA. Have worked on issues that have to do with sustainability and how to green or be a little more self-sufficient when it comes to energy, transportation, from downtown LA areas in Boyle Heights all the way to San Fernando Valley. Worked for small firms and a pretty large global design firm up until about a year ago. And since then have had my own firm. So,
great. Thank you very much. And you come from a great neighborhood, Boyle Heights, where I grew up and I still live. So I knew there was something good about you. What high school did you go to? I'm not going to ask on behalf of Tom DeBonge. What high school did you go to?
Excuse me?
What high school did you go to?
Oh, Roosevelt High School.
Roosevelt, okay. Yeah, that's a Rough Rider, right, Tom?
As long as it wasn't Marshall, it's good, right?
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, thank you very much. And I have asked the president of this commission to come to the Audits and Governmental Efficiency Committee in September to talk about a work plan and how the commission and the committee can work more closely together. And I'm right now working with Councilmember Zine to find additional staffing for that commission, because a lot of great ideas, a lot of great work is being done, and we feel you need a little bit more support to do some of the work, because you are, after all, volunteering for these positions. So thank you very much for volunteering for this, and thank you for being a great representative from the great community of Boyle Heights.
No problem.
I thought he was going to speak something else. I just wanted to offer my congratulations to you. In the hard economic times, quality and productivity is a very, very important commission to make sure that the city workforce takes care of the people of Los Angeles. So without any further people on the queue, that matters now before.
Mr. President, there's public comment cards.
Mr. Dog, your time is used up. We have Matt Dowd in the Valley.
Yeah, thank you. Before you have to reconsider that, see, I'm the Zuma Dog backup now. That's what I am. I'm the backup in the Valley. Zuma used up all his time, but I know what he wants to talk about. Dr. W. Edwards Deming, quality and productivity. This commissioner, I hope you've been listening, and you need to go look up some of those techniques, because they do work. The methods employed by the city of Los Angeles, under my experience with them, is based on intimidation, harassment, power plays, threats. Look at all the lawsuits from the rank and file LAPD and the fire department. They're all my friends. And I stick up for those guys, because I see what the upper levels of management and the attorneys in this city try to get away with. So, quality and productivity, it's important.
Okay, thank you. That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very good. That passes. Unanimous. Thank you. Congratulations to you, Commissioner. Mr. Smith for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pleased to have this opportunity to introduce someone to you. Oftentimes I get asked what the flag with the star means in front of Mr. Zine in my podium here. That represents that I have a member of my family in the United States military, and I'm very pleased to... United States Navy. Excuse me, Admiral, I forgot. Admiral Garcetti.
Admiral Garcetti.
Corrected me there, so thank you for that. Member of the United States Navy, and he's here today on leave. He's just here for a week. He heads back to Virginia and then back to deployment in the Gulf of Aden, where they spent the last year chasing pirates off of Somalia and Iran and Bahrain area near the war zone. So my son Matthew Smith is here.
All right, Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And Mr. Smith, there's another Smith in addition to Matthew here. You may want to introduce the other member of the family, because if it wasn't for this other member of the family, Matthew wouldn't be here.
The mother of Admiral Smith, my wife Christine, who comes in from time to time.
All right, very good. Congratulations. Thank you and welcome, Matthew. We are now on public comment. So public comment time. Let's go to the Valley for Matt Dowd. Matt Dowd, public comment. Can we go to the Valley? He's not there right now. Okay, then we will pass that up. We have another one in the Valley, William Prize. William Prize in the Valley. And one more in the Valley, that's William Price. And then there's Candido Merez. Okay, here we go.
Good afternoon. Hey, you guys took a long time to get to public comment today. We brought the family out today and took you guys. You usually get it in the beginning of the agenda, too. So can you guys try to do those in the beginning of the agenda? I want to talk about the Griffith Park. For no expansion, keep the historical district there. Don't keep expanding into Griffith Park. If you guys want to fix it up, fix the carousel area up. You're spending like millions going out of the country, so fix the carousel area and the road going up the north, the valley side, up into the observatory side where you guys have wrecked the road up there for the water tank area. So that needs to be fixed. Pass the Jamil law also. Getting tired of hearing how people are getting shot on the street, and you need to pass that law. Hanson Dam area, Children's Center still isn't done up there. It's been going on for over 2 years. That needs to be done. I don't mind you guys going green in the city, but quit taking our green also, okay? More street sweepers on this. We need more street sweepers on the street also. And keep letting people talk more during the public comment also. It gets tiring listening to you guys always interrupting them. Thank you.
Still in the Valley, Candido Merez. Candido?
Thank you, Mr. President Zine. And again, we look forward to seeing you for 4 more years. You do a wonderful job in the 3rd District. And again, I'm proud to be part of the 12th District, where not only do we have a great councilman, Councilman Greg Smith, but I wish I was half the father he was and is. He has a great son and wife, and they do a lot for the community. Today's newspaper headline, Water Saving Law Signed by Mayor. The ratepayers and the people of this great city, aren't they wonderful? They just sacrifice over and over again. They get the rate increases on the power side, they get it on the water side, and they just do what they have to do. And now they're going to be monitored by drought busters, and they're going to being watched. It's kind of like having Big Brother in the sky watching, but we need to do these things. We need to make sure that we conserve on water. But what are we going to do with DWP? And I want to stick to just the one department, procurement and contracts. I'll do that over and over again until someone finally listens. With over $1 billion spent by the department and over $300 million going to 50 companies, when are we going to finally hold them accountable? When are we going to have Laura Chick finally audit the procurement and contract department. Again, I'll mention a young lady who came forth and exposed a contract, and retaliation was done over and over again, and nothing was done. But again, I appreciate what the ratepayers are doing. We have fantastic people. This is the greatest city in the greatest country. And again, thank you for the opportunity. And I know that you're going to be off for 2 weeks, but during that 2 weeks, I know that you go into your communities and a lot of things are accomplished. So thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you back in September.
All right, thank you. That's it for the Valley folks. Michael Carrion. Michael Carrion, public comment, not here. Melrose Larry Green. Melrose Larry Green, not here. Arnold Sachs. Arnold Sachs. Next one will be Sky Anderson.
Yes, good afternoon, City Council. Arnold Sachs. I want to take this time to congratulate the County Board of Supervisors for their action they took on Tuesday regarding the half-cent sales tax measure and putting it on the ballot. This is not an endorsement necessarily for the half-cent sales tax, just an endorsement of the County Board of Supervisors taking the right action, because the item had been heard in discussion at the Metro headquarters in a previous meeting, and it is not their domain to decide what items, after they've been authorized by the proper committee, it's not the County Board of Supervisors' domain to decide whether or not it belongs on the in front of the county registrar's office. That being said, I'd like to take the rest of my time in trying to get some clarification from the City Council. They're going to look for money for projects. I come before you to talk about the Mid-City Expo line and the Expo line construction, the Expo line light rail project, and I've addressed this item several times before the chambers. So to really dumb this down to your level, I've come up with this kind of test. Hollywood, West Hollywood. If you provided funding for Hollywood and it went to West Hollywood, would that be the same? If you provide funding for the Mid-City Light Rail Project, is that the same as the Exposition Mid-City Light Rail Project? Take the test. Funding for Hollywood is the same as funding for West Hollywood. Funding for the Exposition Light Rail Transit Project is the same as funding for the Mid-City Exposition Light Rail Transit Project.
Rita of Sunland. Thank you.
Well, you lucky people, I'm back. I want to mention, speaking of the DWP, the other gentleman was talking about the DWP, and I watched the broadcast of one of their meetings last weekend. And evidently, they're outsourcing the call centers. You're not going to be able to talk to anybody if you have a power outage or something happens. You're not going to be able to talk to a real person. You're going to talk to a recording, and they will get back to you. Well, first the guy said, oh, maybe like 5-8 minutes. Then he said, really, the window is 2 to 3 to 4 hours. And evidently it's a Chinese company called the Yiqing or something like that. And it's also very expensive. So one of the gals on the DWP board asked him, well, this is really going to cost us a lot. And he said, no, don't worry. We're just going to pass that on to the customers. What happens? We don't get to vote on things like this. And they speak in all these codes. So do you guys, the RFP, CRA, CLA, you know. It really boggles my mind at times that communication is used to withhold information rather than to convey information. I swear, I'm going to write a musical called Cirque de Villar. But I'll tell you, I'm not going to make a series of Russian nesting dolls out of all of you, because who would be on the top? You guys would be all the same size, because you're all corrupt and you're all bought off, thinking about your political careers. Oh.
Thank you. Maria Reeves. Maria Reeves.
Hi, that's Marie Reeves, and I'm here for Jamel's Law. I'm just being supportive because I find that I find that I was as much a victim as he was, but I'm still here. But I'm using this because of non-English speaking people, and I'll be using it for the rest of my life. And lean forward. And I did say the last time I spoke of this, when I was about 60 years of age, a couple of non-English speaking people jumped on me, and I was in pretty good shape at that time. I kind of beat the crap out of them. But what really hurts me is that when I was working, part of my job was to train foreign exchange students. And it used to really crush me, because here we have all these young people out of South Central and people that really need the training, and here I'm training someone who doesn't like me or my country because they didn't hesitate to tell me. We don't like America. We don't like Americans. We're just here for the free money and to learn how to beat your system. And right now I think they're doing a pretty good job of it. And so much for that. And I'll tell you one other thing that's really irked me. I live near 1803 South Arlington. It's a closed public library. It is a third world country. It stinks, it smells, they put garbage out there, there's rats out there, there's shards of glass, and if I ever fall walking, I'm going to injure myself. And I called at least twice a month for people to come out and clean the mess up, but it's still a big fat mess out there. So, and the address, once again, is 1803 South Arlington, the Washington Irving Closed Library. Thank you.
Thank you. John Walsh.
For the record, only Tony Cardenas and Weezer are sitting in their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm calling for a city ethics investigation. Everybody, go right, when you finish here, go right to Downtown News, capital DWN, downtownnews.com. School district settles land dispute for $50 million. This is Morello. $27 million, eminent domain that we're talking about? LAUSD offered 27. They settled. LAUSD, they gave him an extra 23 million. This is Morello. This is the mayor's friend. Now, this is this school board. In this article, Tamar Galatzin, who was on the school board, says it was a sweetheart deal. Sweetheart deal means a crime occurred. I didn't say it. And do you know what Tamar Galatzin's job is? She's a deputy U.S. attorney. That's why we're asking for a Steve Cooley investigation, because we believe there's already an investigation of Morello and Antonio from the U.S. attorney. We don't know for sure, but we have heard, everyone has heard, that there is an investigation. People have heard that the mayor may be indicted. I don't know. All I know is when a school board member says that this was a sweetheart deal, $23 million to the mayor's backer, there is something wrong in the city. And there's something wrong when the LA Times doesn't do the story. Because I didn't bring this story to the Times, but I did bring it to the Times, but not to the Downtown News. Let me tell you what Howard Watts said to me. Howard Bloom said to me when I brought the story. He says, "We'll call you, you don't call us." The Times knew about this 2 months ago. The Times is in bed. Howard Bloom and all the reporters over there, most of them are afraid for their jobs. There is no reporting at the Times. A crime occurred.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Said it.
Althea Ray Shaw.
Good afternoon. My name is Althea Ray Shaw.
I'm here today once again for my nephew, Jamil Shaw II, who was murdered by a gang member in our country legally while his mom was fighting for the country. And it's not right. It's just not right. I don't know why you guys don't want to talk about Jamil's law. It targets gang members who are in our country illegally. I don't understand. Who's protecting gangbangers? Illegal alien gangbangers should not be protected by the city council. You should talk about it. I don't see why we can't talk. If you all have an agenda item, is the only time you have an agenda item when you've already discussed it and agreed on it? Because you should be able to say, you know, let's talk about it. You don't have to agree. But why you can't talk about it? We had hearings at the Board of Supervisors on Tuesday. Supervisor Antonovich said the mayor is making backroom deals. This is a supervisor accusing another elected official. And now you all, I don't know if you're making backroom deals or if you're just ignoring it altogether. But I know Councilmember Garcetti, you was in the Navy. Maybe if Anita was in the Navy, she can get you to talk about Jamil's law. But she was in the Army, fighting for the whole country. And why you can't talk about it? He was murdered, shot in the stomach, shot in the head. You want us to get over it? You're not going to get over it when you see him laying down 3 doors from your house. We're not going to get over it. Jamil's law targets illegal alien gangbangers. His parents aren't going to stop. We're not going to stop. I don't see why you can't talk about it. Why? You should be able to be transparent. You should talk. I mean, you're not going to be able to continue to ignore it. It won't go away. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to set for the record that matter will be heard in public safety in October. It's been scheduled for a hearing in October, that special number 40, just for the record. Sky Anderson is our next speaker. Sky Anderson. Daniel Wright.
Good afternoon. Daniel Wright, 467 Crane Boulevard, of the Steering Committee for the Friends of the Southwest Museum Coalition. Earlier this week, I spoke to you briefly about the controversy surrounding the Autry Museum's proposal to use Griffith Park land to expand and needlessly destroy the independent Southwest Museum's integrity. As some of you know, the Autry assumed control of the assets of the Southwest Museum in 2003 when the Board of the Southwest voted to entrust the nationally significant Southwest buildings and priceless collection to the Autry, premised on the almost wholly on the claim made by the Autry over the last 8 years that it would dedicate some of its $100 million endowment to continue operation of the Southwest Museum as an independent museum entity, separate identity. As you are about to go on summer recess, we delivered to each of your offices today some summer reading. It's a copy of a complaint recently filed by our coalition against the Autry's certified public accountants, Price Waterhouse, KPMG, and Arthur Anderson. The complaint alleges and provides evidence that these accounting professionals have participated in an Enron-type scandal at the Autry to improperly book a $100 million pledge that does not appear to be backed with any kind of irrevocable $100 million asset. Our complaint is supported by the independent investigation by Charity Governance, headed by Jack Siegel of Chicago. Mr. Siegel is both a CPA and a nonprofit attorney, and he concluded that the balance sheet that the Autry attached to the merger agreement with the Southwest Museum Board was both materially misleading and not in compliance with generally accepted accounting principles. What does this mean? It means that Autry misrepresented its assets to assure the future of the Southwest Museum when, in fact, it simply wants to walk off with the collection. This is a big issue beyond parochial interests, and we urge your close attention. Thank you.
Olga Hall. Olga Hall. Mr. Garcetti, one more public comment then for you. Okay.
Good afternoon. This is an issue that affects us all. The Southwest Museum is the first museum in Los Angeles. It is 100 years old. And just like City Hall, the observatory, the Los Angeles Central Library has been renovated and their use enhanced, the Southwest Museum is worthy of the same careful treatment. Its history and rich contents must be preserved within and not lost in the outer 25-year-old building. The renovation for City Hall cost money to the taxpayers. The city did not just turn their backs and decided this building was too old and damaged and not worth saving. They knew this building was the heart of the city. It had history in its walls and its contents, and they decided to raise the funds for that purpose, and we are here because of that wise decision. The Southwest Museum has history in its walls and its contents, just like this building, and it can be saved and become a great museum, better than ever. If there is a will, there is a way. Yes, it will cost money, not as much as this building's renovation, and not as much as the $200 million expansion project for the Autry Museum. If you tell me the city cannot pay for the renovation, why have we been funding $350,000 a year for the Autry Museum for the last 25 years? That is the yearly worth of the land the Autry sits on, and the one you have leased to them for $1 a year. The Southwest Museum is in Councilman Wizard's district. It is time for Councilman Wizard to take a real stand, and I mean a real stand, not a fake stand as in the past. He must help save the Southwest Museum.
Thank you, ma'am.
As a full museum.
Thank you. Your time is up. Mr. Zumadog.
It is his duty and his responsibility.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you. Zumadog.
I was just informed that Matt Dowd's being denied his public comment. If you could look into that. Thank you so much. Boy, 4 hours for public comment. Anyway, this is the 8-year anniversary of Zumadog in the city of Los Angeles. It's Presentations Day. I'd just like to say 8 years. You've known me for 2.5 years. I've been around 8 years in the city of Los Angeles. I haven't missed a quorum. I missed one quorum. I missed one meeting in the past 4 months. Past 4 months, I've missed one meeting. I've dedicated myself 100%. After these meetings, well, then I get out of here. I go blog the stuff at zoomatimes.com. Then I'm editing and uploading. Then I'm on the phone taking in new information. I'm listening. I'm calling into talk shows. I'm going to planning meetings. I'm going to nighttime evening meetings. Let me just say, people, I am so burnt out. I am so unbelievably burnt out. I'm going to do the city council a favor. I'm taking a vacation. I'm out of here the next 2 weeks. I'm not coming back till after Labor Day. So go ahead and put all the shady stuff through.
We'll join you,
Yes.
Mr. Dog.
No, I'd like you to still be here working. Now, you might have heard about the mayor. Okay, hey, here's a major thing I'd like to tell people. I've talked about the DWP crisis. You got to admit, people, I've been up here saying that the density is causing big water problems. In 5 years, we're going to be dropping dead from not having water, and we are seeing some water conservation measures. I mean, I personally think that it's because I was here complaining, and now the mayor's reacting. So thank you, Mayor. Here's the thing. It's at 2 levels. One, they want to try to just raise revenue. It's just about raising revenue, certainly. But again, you are not going to be able to enforce this by having restaurants not put water on the table or by writing fines for sprinkling the water. This is about density. The real crisis here. The mayor can't tell you. Zumadog predicts 5 years, all hell breaks loose. You don't have the water for all this density. You must stop the density. Water's going to be like gold. You're not going to have it. People will be dropping dead because of what you're approving here. Have a nice 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Dog. And for the record, Matt Dowd was called. He didn't come to the microphone when his name was called. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, if you will indulge me, I'd like to take one adjourning motion out of order today, since we have some family members who are here joining us, members of our own city family from the Acosta family. And we will adjourn officially later on in the meeting, but I wanted to read the adjourning motion that we wanted to have for Gonzalo Acosta, a DOT employee, who on Saturday, June 28, 2008, lost his life at the age of 38. Gonzalo Acosta was an outstanding employee of our City of Los Angeles, and the Department of Transportation, where he demonstrated his strong personal commitment to his duties. He started working for the city in May 2007 and was an assistant signal system electrician for our Central Yard Traffic Signal Construction Division, working on making sure that Angelenos are safe and that Angelenos get the government service that they deserve. During a weekend trip to the Kern River with his wife, Lorraine, who is here today, their 4 children and other family and friends, Gonzalo's 16-year-old daughter was swept into the rough waters of the river. As Gonzalo saw his daughter being swept down the river, he sprung into the water after her and managed to push his daughter to safety. But he soon tired from his efforts and was forced into the violent waters of the Kern River and disappeared. Within a day of the sad news reaching Gonzalo's colleagues, the Kern County Sheriff's Department were joined in their search and rescue efforts by many of Gonzalo's extended DOT family and friends who went up there to the Kern River to help in the search. They took personal time off to go to the river and help the family. His remains have yet to be recovered. He was the family's primary supporter, and Gonzalo's absence has created a great financial problem for his loved ones. His extended DOT family is working on finding ways to support the Acosta family in this time of hardship. A department-wide bulletin was distributed, and many donations have been accepted for the family. The recent DOT picnic, a fundraising luncheon that hosted employees of numerous city agencies, and an upcoming pancake breakfast provide much-needed support for the Acosta family. Unless Gonzalo's remains are recovered, the Acosta family will not be able to receive any insurance money from his death for up to 7 years. Meanwhile, an account called the Acosta Family Support Fund has been established at Wells Fargo Bank. That's the Acosta Family Support Fund, and it is there to accept any generous donations. You can call Zaki Mustafa here in the city at 213-972-8436. Again, that's Zaki Mustafa, 213-972-8436 for more information. And we can all talk as well and see what some of the council members may be able to do in this difficult time to continue to sustain the family. Gonzalo Acosta will be missed by all, and our thoughts and prayers are with his wife, Lorraine, his 4 children, his daughter who's here as well, and the entire DOT family. Just know that we mourn with you, that we stand with you, and we will protect you, and we will do all we can in this moment for you. Thank you for your sacrifice to this city, and may Gonzalo rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Rosendahl for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Garcetti, for what you just shared with us all. It is an honor and a privilege for me to introduce 2 folks who are standing right next to me. One is Liza Browdy, Marvin Browdy's daughter, and her husband, Reed. I've had the distinct pleasure of knowing Marvin for a good 30 years. One of his finest moments was the oil business with Arm & Hammer and the beach, among the bike path and other things. And I am in his footsteps. He had bigger feet than me, and I'm trying to fill them. And I just want to introduce his daughter back to the City Council and her husband. And thank you for letting me do the introduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Thank you. Mr. Parks, we're now going to go to 17.
Oh, 17.
Madam Clerk, number 17, please.
Thank you.
We have 1 card on number 17.
Oh, can we have that 1 card first?
On number 17, Mr. Marks, Stephen Marks.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the Council. My name is Stephen Marks. I'm the Business Development Manager in California for Veolia Transportation. We're the current provider of Commuter Express and Dash Packages 3 and 5A. I'd like to be completely transparent. Veolia has an interest in having this procurement rebid. There's also an interest and benefit to the city to rebid the request for proposal for Commuter Express. 9 months ago, when the RFP was released, there was a promise of 30 replacement buses. We just learned that in July that the department is looking at 88. This represents a substantial reduction and in risk to all bidders and a potential for real cost reductions. So that you can realize these cost savings, you must change your RFP to incorporate the new industry standard of using a 2-tier vehicle pricing scenario, one for old buses and one for new. LADOT is using this pricing technique for the new Downtown Dash RFP. We estimate you can save up to $2 million alone by using this proven pricing technique instead of the current RFP's fixed and blended rate. If you don't make this change, you potentially will lose savings that you could reinvest in your services. We'd welcome the opportunity to sit down with your staff to kind of go over our numbers. We're very confident of them as your incumbent contractor. We've also provided a letter to you which outlines an additional between $500,000 and $800,000 that you could save over 3 years. So there have been significant changes in the RFP's conditions, but in order for you to make these changes, you need to reissue the RFP. And that would require all the bidders to submit completely new pricing. This can only be done if these existing bids are augmented, therefore we cannot see how the city can avoid rebidding. Our suggested changes allow for the city to save transit funds and reinvest them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That will close our public comment, I believe, on this. And Ms. Gruhl, is there? I'm sorry, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me, Jim, would you kind of walk us through the process of how we got here and what direction you were given through the T Committee? And can you hold my time?
Jim Lefton with the Department of Transportation. Let me give you a little background first on this issue. DOT issued an RFP for the Commuter Express services on August 15, 2007. We received 2 responses to our RFP, one from MV Transportation and one from First Transit. Veolia, who is the incumbent, did not submit a proposal. The proposed costs were approximately 60% higher than the previous costs. So DOT in November of 2007 submitted a report to the Council expressing concern over the increase in costs and recommending a delay in the award of a new contract until it could evaluate the costs. The City Council in December approved a month-to-month extension of the existing contract with Veolia, not to exceed 12 months. That extension expires on January 31st, 2009. The Council also directed DOT to report back on the status of its evaluation of the proposed costs and with a recommendation on whether to award a new contract based on the original RFP or to reissue the RFP. Based on that Council direction, the Department set out to analyze the proposed costs to determine if the cost increase was reasonable, what factors led to the increase in costs, and whether there were modifications to the RFP that DOT could implement that would potentially reduce city costs. To assist with this analysis, DOT contracted with a third-party consultant, Transportation Management and Design, to give an independent review to this analysis. DOT also conducted interviews with the incumbent operator and the 2 respondents to the RFP. What did we find? There were several key findings in the consultant's analysis. Number 1, DOT's RFP and contract requirements are consistent with industry best practices. Number 2, the proposed cost increase for Commuter Express was reasonable. Another supporting factor indicating that the proposed costs were in fact reasonable, the current month-to-month extension with Veolia is costing about $162 an hour, which is comparable to the 2 proposals we received from the RFP. Number 3, we found that there are limited options to reduce costs by reissuing the RFP. While we did evaluate several potential changes to the RFP, none were considered to offer any reasonable assurances of substantially lower costs. I think this is an important point. If we are to put out a new RFP, we're likely to face a cost of living increase for that RFP of potentially 3 to 4%. Over 3 years, that's an increase of $1.4 million to $1.8 million. So it's very possible that by putting out a new RFP, our costs are going to go up, not down. Where are we at now? We recognize that the age of the fleet is an issue, and we're moving aggressively to replace the fleet. We have a report into the Mayor's office now for an initial order of 17 new buses, and we anticipate forwarding another report to the Mayor and Council soon to initiate a second line of vehicle production. DOT's goal is to replace the entire fleet of 102 diesel-powered buses with new CNG buses within 3 years. Based on its findings, DOT is planning to proceed with its evaluation of the 2 proposals received in response to the RFP from August 2007. DOT plans to report back to the Mayor and Council with its recommendations for a contract award. Finally, DOT anticipates that the recommended contract would be for a 3-year term. This contract term will coincide with the planned replacement of the fleet. With that, we'll answer any questions.
Let me ask you, Jim, how many credible companies are in this business as far as that you deal with the DASH contract, the Commuter Express? I mean, how many credible contractors are in that business?
We deal with 3 primary major firms. There are a couple other firms that are out there that bid on occasion, but 3 primary.
Okay, tell us who they are.
MV Transportation, First Transit, the 2 that bid on our Commuter Express RFP, and Veolia.
So if we went out to RFP, would there be expectation that we'd end up with any more than those 3?
Given our past history, those are the 3, so no, I don't think that we'd likely see another firm.
And so the issue is that there's one that chose on their own not to apply for this contract.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you went through the process, you spoke with the incumbent and the 2 people that applied for the contract. Did any of these recommendations that are now being offered as cost saving, did they get proposed to you?
Yes, we took that information, we shared that with our consultant, and all of those issues were evaluated not only by DOT, but also by its consultant.
Okay. Now, were you told during the process that the incumbent had changed their mind, that they wanted to now apply for the RFP?
We were made aware that there was an interest to participate in a process if we were to go back out to RFP, yes.
Okay. When did they make their mind? What was the time of the process in the sense of your review?
Prior to the time that we submitted our original report, probably back in November, when we met with them to discuss the month-to-month extension, there was an interest at that time to participate in the process.
So it was the month-to-month extension, but after the closing date of the RFP?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then you had made some adjustments on the month-to-month to raise the value of the contract because of a variety of things, one of which was the petroleum primarily.
Yes.
Okay. And how much was that increase?
It was increased from approximately $98 an hour to $162 an hour.
So it was clear that the city had made some adjustments in that contract before, and still are in that adjusted period till January.
That's correct.
Okay. And so the expectation would have been for most people to understand that the new RFPs were probably going to be in the range of what you were paying during this adjusted period.
The adjustment period came after the proposals were submitted, so I don't know that those costs were necessarily made public to all the operators.
Okay, so you're saying that the adjusted period of the negotiation came after the RFP was let, but not before we made a decision on the winners of the RFP?
I think it was after. We didn't make a decision yet on the winners. We got the proposals back and saw the increase in cost. That's when we went to the city council and said we need to extend the existing contract.
And the reason you got the extension was your concern about the 60% increase?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when the final analysis, the 2 proposers, how close did they come to the cost in comparison to your extended period of the month-to-month?
If you were to look at the lowest cost option using both firms, it would be about $159 an hour compared to $162.
So they were close to the 60% increase?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you went through this process, you've basically resolved all of the issues that the T committee gave you as far as a line-by-line analysis, talk to those in the industry to determine what were the real issues of why we had this increase of 60% or going forward on it. And was that accomplished?
Yes, we went through with the consultant and looked at all the potential issues that could have increased the cost, and that's when we came to the determination that the increase was reasonable.
Okay. Did the consultant talk with the incumbent?
The department interviewed the operators. The consultant took that information as well as looking and discussing the issues with other operators in the industry.
Okay. Well, do you have any understanding why the incumbent chose not to apply?
I really couldn't speak for them on that.
Okay. So that was never articulated to you?
I think there were some comments made about concerns about how much costs had gone up, and that may have led to them being reluctant to submit a proposal, but I really don't feel comfortable. I don't have all the information to be able to speak to that.
And so when you, in your report, say that the issues as far as productivity or savings are subjective, what are you referencing, and what were some of those proposals that are being offered as productivity improvements or savings?
Well, the one issue that Veolia proposed had to do with a different way of having bidders submit costs for vehicles. We have an existing fleet now, which is older, and we'll be getting new vehicles in during the contract. There's an alternative method of asking proposers to bid on the old versus new vehicles, and in the letter that Veolia submitted, they were quoting costs of approximately $2 million a year, and that assumes that the fleet's going to be replaced over a 3-year period, which is a very aggressive schedule and is subject to change. But even if we were successful in replacing the fleet over 3 years, based on our analysis, we're looking at a much smaller number, something on the order of about $155,000, $160,000 a year, about 1% of the overall contract.
And I think your report reflects if there are any real benefits to their recommendation, it will come in the next contract that's 3 years from now.
We think the major benefit from replacing the fleet is going to come in the next contract in 3 years.
So that's where you get the greatest benefit, not in the year you're buying the vehicles.
That's correct.
Okay. The other thing in dealing with the cost, when we go through that process, and we're talking about 3 years out, we still have clauses in there that identify potential increases as we have in other contracts.
Yes, that's correct.
So we can negotiate if there's some unforeseen activity.
Yes.
Okay. And then you also opened up the contract or the RFP where the companies could have bid on both segments or just one segment?
You can bid on one or both.
Or one or both. And so it was wide-ranging to let companies make a decision on what they thought that they could achieve.
Correct.
Okay. Now, which is somewhat unusual in this issue, what would be the benefit in the sense of separating them? In the past, I understood we had one contractor. What's the benefit of the current recommendation?
In the past, we let proposers bid on one or the other or both. This time around, we allowed them to bid on one or the other, but we didn't ask for a combined bid for both. We had concerns. This is our largest transit contract, $15 million. Generally, the 2 yards are very far apart geographically. Right now, one is in Commerce, one is in Van Nuys. They're fairly separated. Our concern was, based on previous operation of the service, that because of the size and the geographic distance between the 2 yards, that the service would benefit from having a dedicated general manager for each area rather than having one general manager in one location trying to manage that location as well as a very distant location.
And give us an explanation what the tiered costing is as far as what that really means, and one of their proposals about the tier costing for fares. There was a comment made, I think, by the earlier speaker about one of the recommendations was about implementing the tiered.
That may be referring to the bidding on the vehicles. The approach that we had in the RFP was that we were expecting about 30 to 40 vehicles perhaps being replaced over the term of the contract. So we had everyone bid based on the current fleet, and then when we reached a threshold of 20 new vehicles, a new lower rate would kick in. That's the way we approached the new vehicles in the current RFP. An alternative approach would have them bid on a separate rate for old vehicles and a separate rate for new vehicles. So every time a new vehicle came in, that new vehicle would use a different rate.
And how long have you been handling these type of contracts for the city?
Traditionally, we've been using the approach that we used in the RFP.
No, I mean you personally. How long have you been at this?
I've been doing this for about 20 years.
20 years. Now, I just want to ask your professional opinion. Do you see any benefit of opening the RFP and starting all over again?
No. I think, again, I think the integrity of the process is important. We can't throw out a process to try to benefit a particular firm. We're very aware of the cost issues, the city's projected shortfall. If we felt that we had something to hang our hat on, that we could save money, we would recommend putting the RFP out again to save that money. But there are a number of potential strategies that could save money, but as I mentioned also, putting out a new RFP is going to result in a cost of living increase, which is going to increase costs. It's very speculative whether any money is going to be saved or not. Given that, we don't feel that there's an overriding reason to throw out the process and start over again.
Let me throw my last question. When someone bids on an RFP, and if they had ideas on how the cost savings and what they could recommend as productivity, would that be the most appropriate place to put it in the RFP as they're designing their proposal and recommending their company to be part of that bid?
Yes.
That would be the most appropriate places to go through the RFP process, lay out all of your concerns and your recommendations, cost savings, the analysis of how you could do it better than anyone else in the bid process. Is that what the RFP is for?
Yes, and even if they're suggesting an alternative process, they can include that in the proposal, and we can consider that at the contract stage.
So all that should be done in the formal process so you can evaluate it with every other proposal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you very much, and Mr. Parks, as always, dutifully asks a lot of the questions. Just to kind of put it in perspective, because he asked some very... The reason we went out to, not out to bid, but asked for this review is because the two providers that submitted proposals asked for a 60% increase. Correct, okay, and we were concerned about that. And so I know that the potential bidder that did not get in there, so they had lost money in the past and therefore didn't bid because of that.
I can't speculate for sure on why they didn't bid.
But that was one of the, some of the people said that it was difficult and they had, and that's one of the reasons why we'd increased their contract for this last 6, or it'll be 12 months, to accommodate that.
Yes, they were very open about what their costs were, and it was around 162 plus.
And very accurate. I mean, I think that we realized in this last time that the increase, as you've indicated, was justified because of that. But the two providers that did bid went up that 60%, even though they knew that was 60% greater than what was currently being provided.
Yes.
And so did it in such a way that they felt they would able to their costs. Is there a guarantee that the 30 buses or whatever that will come in the next year or 2 years or 3 years?
There are no guarantees. We are very anxious to replace the fleet. We have wheels in motion, but we have no current contracts with any vehicle providers to provide the new vehicles. There are no set in stone vehicle replacement schedules. Everything is just being proposed at this point in time. As I said, our goal is to replace the fleet over 3 years, but that's a very aggressive goal. And until we lock in with contracts, it is very speculative as to how many vehicles we're going to be getting in over the next 3 years.
One of the issues that has been raised as well is the concern that going to a new operator, will the current labor contracts stay in place? Is that correct? Will they
We
still?
provided in the RFP what the current labor rates were for the contracts, so those proposers took that into account when they submitted proposals.
When you come back with the ultimate RFP response, recommendations for the two that have provided, is the way in which you're doing that RFP that had 2 different sites limit you to picking 2 providers? Can it be 1 provider, but that would have 2 separate kind of management?
It could be, we could end up with a recommendation for 2 different providers. We could end up with a recommendation for 1 provider.
Okay, so it doesn't set you up for, has to be one way or the other in that instance. And the other question, I think what you answered, as I heard, was the cost savings. I mean, we're all in the budget, want to make sure we're cost savings, but that you believe currently that it would be maybe $150,000 as described.
Based on the numbers that we generated for the new vehicle rates, we estimate about $150,000, $155,000 per year. And that's about 1% of the $15 million per year contract cost.
And this is a 3-year contract that we're going forward with. Renewables? No options for 1 year?
I don't think so.
In our evaluation, we also have in mind the vehicle replacement schedule, and we know for a fact in 3 years we know exactly where we will stand and how many new vehicles we have. So we are looking at redoing the RFP within the 3-year period. So at that time, all participants will know exactly what the fleet looks like.
And so knowing how long it takes us to do things, we probably should start doing that RFP now as we're deciding this one, right? Just kidding you. Kind of half serious, half kidding. But it's been a year since we released that last RFP. And in the future, if you went out to RFP again, as been requested from one of the providers that did not respond, what would be the impact of that as far as cost and time?
I'm sorry?
Well, if you went out to RFP again, as recommended by one of the providers that did not respond, how long would that be, and what would be the cost to the city and the lengthening of that?
If we went out to RFP again, well, there's a cost, certainly staff time cost to put together a new RFP, which will take 2 to 3 months to make all the revisions. But as I mentioned before, the number one concern is we've talked to the two incumbents who said they're willing to live with their cost if we can get service up and going by February, which is when the month-to-month ends. If we went out to a new RFP, proposals are very likely to submit a cost of living adjustment, which could be 3 to 4%. So that's where I was saying before that, again, not only is there no guarantee that costs are going to come down significantly, it's certainly possible that costs could go up. The fleet is another year older. Costs are increasing to provide the service. So there's no guarantee that we're not going to see higher costs rather than lower costs.
And the city attorney has opined or voicing that this process that has gone on and the review and the replacement issue, all of that falls within the rights of the existing RFP. There's no legal requirement for us to have to go out to RFP. The rules haven't changed.
There's no requirement to go out to RFP, no.
Okay, no, that it would not have to. Colleagues, before us today, and I know there's some other questions, is not the selection of a provider. It is a receive and file of what the department did, which was review all of the history over this last year and the costs associated with it, and recommending they stay with the process that they've gone forward with today. We did not have a committee meeting on Wednesday, so there's no recommendation coming out of committee because of the length of our city council meeting. But I think as much as we'd like to make sure everyone is happy, that's not our jobs. And so I think the recommendation that Mr. Parks had was to go with the DOT's recommendations of receiving.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, it's a kind of complex situation at the moment, and I apologize to all of our colleagues that we brought it to the full council, but obviously we couldn't meet last Wednesday when the committee council meeting went over. I just don't understand the incumbent, which didn't apply, right? Okay. The data we now know and the fact we're going to redo our fleet and all that, that information was not available to them early on in the process?
I'm having trouble hearing. Can you say that?
The fact that we're going to replace buses and we're going to do different things, in the initial stages of issuing an RFP, were people aware that that would be the case?
They were aware that we were going to replace the fleet. We had in the RFP a proposed replacement schedule. We anticipated potentially 30 to 40 vehicles would be replaced over the 3-year term.
You did. And what was your historic relationship with the incumbent? Did they do a good job under the circumstances of the fleet at that time?
I think they did an acceptable job overall. There were some issues that we've had, and that's been documented in reports to the council and committee about vehicle maintenance and things like that. But I'd say it's an acceptable job.
Did a pretty good job. Have you had a chance in the last month or two to sit down? Did they pitch you with what savings that they could conceivably make now that they know this and they hadn't applied, or any of that kind of a conversation?
We had interviews with them and the other two operators as part of our analysis. There were no discussions recently in terms of potential cost savings or anything like that. All the discussions we had were back during the analysis phase.
Have they, as somebody suggested, that maybe they know of significant cost savings that they could create if they had a chance to sit down and talk to you about it? Did you get that vibe?
We meet with them on a regular basis.
You do?
Yes.
So there's nothing that you feel compelling enough to say, let's continue it for a couple of weeks, let's sit down with them, let's just take it back to committee one more time, let's see if they have anything new that we didn't think about that they've been doing?
Well, as I said, we had an interview with Veolia as well as the other two operators, picking their brain about what things we can do differently to save costs. Mm-hmm. We use that information as part of our analysis and working with a consultant.
Sure.
I wasn't aware of any new information that's been provided since that interview. And the information that's in the letter that they provided are all things that we discussed during the interview process.
I see. What if we didn't vote on it today or note and file it, but brought it back to committee and you had a more discussion? Would this affect our time frame? Could it conceivably affect the costs that you're saying of inflation and all those things?
It would affect the process in that we have an existing contract with Veolia that runs through the end of January 2009.
Yeah. Right.
If the department were to move forward now with its evaluation of the proposals and report back to the mayor and council, we should have enough time to be able to award a new contract and get it in place prior to February 1st, 2009. If there's additional delay caused by further discussion by the committee and council on how to proceed, that will make it more difficult to be able to get a new contract in place prior to February 1st. And the reason that date's important is because the bids that were submitted under the previous RFP were good for a year, and that's coming up for a year in mid-October. They're willing to let those bids stand to February 2009, but if we take much more time, those bids will no longer be good, and we're going to see a cost increase.
I see the great Rita Robertson's coming up to the chair. We all love Rita, doing a great job as DOT head. Since you're coming up, let me ask you this. If it was delayed and continued until we come back from recess for, talking to the incumbent, getting a better understanding of what they're saying, presenting it to the committee, would that in any way harm us from doing the right thing, whatever the right thing is on this?
Rita Robinson, LA DOT General Manager. Actually, if we waited 2 weeks, nothing would change.
Nothing would change.
The only thing that we have on our side is the fact that time is on our side with regard to what we have in the pot.
Right.
If we wait longer, we have a potential for things going up. I think that there's been a lot of vetting of the possibilities, and I think it's been a fair assessment by a third party. We don't have a horse in this race.
Right.
We're just trying to find what would be best for the city with regard to this. And at this time, the department feels that going with the proposers that are here now would be the best for the city.
Be the best for the city, but there'd be no harm in just continuing it a couple of weeks to the next committee meeting to vet it out in that body a little more. That might give us some insight, and if there wouldn't, that's all I need to know.
I see no harm, but I see no benefit as well.
See no harm, and we just see no benefits. That's what I like about you, Rita.
Mr. Rosendahl.
We continued this for 2 weeks because there was some issues that wanted to make sure so it's been around for a while. And I think, it's not going to get any easier to make a decision in 2 weeks than it is today. And I think there's not going to be any new info, which is one of the reasons why we agreed to still have it come forward even though it didn't have a committee hearing. That's my own personal opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon. Thank you. Thank you.
How much information from the RFP process has been published in terms of the candidates who applied?
In our report to the council, we indicated who applied. We indicated roughly what their combined first-year average hourly rates would be, but not much more than that. We haven't initiated the actual evaluation process for the two proposals.
Okay, now, as I understand it, one of the primary reasons the current contractor wanted to re-engage in the RFP process was because they might have determined that there was more money available?
Whatever the contract rate was going to be, we were going to award that contract. I think they were reluctant to increase their costs so much that they weren't sure what the reaction was going to be. But
okay, that's not answering my question. My question is very specific. I'm asking, essentially, if the way the RFP process has unfolded to date, the current contractor was able to discern that there was going to be more money coming down the pike.
we didn't set any contract limits.
I mean, why else would they want to come back in?
As I said, I'd let them, maybe they can answer that question. I'm not feel comfortable speaking for them, but we have two proposers that submitted cost in their response that are comparable to what Veolia is saying the cost is today, and they did choose to submit a proposal, and we are recommending that we go ahead and evaluate those proposals. Why Veolia chose not to submit a proposal that would have been comparable to the other two, I don't know.
So the department doesn't know why they're submitting, why they want to re-engage?
Other than what I mentioned to you before, that they expressed a reluctance to submit a proposal because of the significant increase in costs from what they were getting before versus what they propose now.
Okay, which implies or infers that they could have received more money.
If they submitted the rate that, on the order of what the other two proposers submitted, and we awarded them the contract, they would get a lot more money, yes.
Okay. My point is that they were able to figure out through the RFP process, through the responses that were received, that they could have got more money if they had applied.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Whew. Some people say you can eat like this or you can eat like this. Thank you for helping me eat like that. The point I'm trying to make is that they were able to discern from the process that they could have got more money. That's information that would otherwise they wouldn't have normally had, and competitors don't normally have that. So I think this is a very dangerous way to go, to allow them to come back in after they discerned information from the RFP process. And I'm less concerned about their qualifications and you know their union is a great friend of mine, and I'm less concerned about that than I am with the impropriety of finding out information in the course of the RFP process and then wanting to come back in. Think of that in terms of a strategy that could be deployed by other contractors. They could just hold back, wait for whatever information they can get from that process, and then when they discover, oh, well, now we know what the other folks are going to do, we're going to come back in and apply. That is getting insider information that I don't think we should set the precedent for. Now, I think we've done it before. I think there have been circumstances. I don't know if the circumstances where it has been done align with this. I wouldn't support that any more than I support this. But I just wanted to say that I think from an ethical point of view, this is a very dangerous way to conduct business, and I believe it may even be a challenge legally. So I suggest that we just receive and file a report and move forward aggressively.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl.
Oh, no.
That was just to clarify before. Okay. So we have this item now before us. If we can please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next is item 12, and that was called special by Councilmember Cardenas. And for the record, a CLA report has been submitted.
Okay. Mr. Cardenas?
Yes, thank you. I called this item special so that we could vote to move the CLA report instead of the CRA report.
Okay. Mr. Labange? Do you want to be heard on this?
On this one here?
Yes.
Yeah, this is more in Mr. Wesson's district.
Okay.
So we're okay to move forward if it is okay with Mr. Wesson's office? I don't know.
Yep.
They're the ones that asked.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next is item number 16, and that was called special by Councilmember...
Yeah, Mr. Weezer, but just before that, Mr. Cardenas, I'm sorry, I'd like to recognize you for special recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to take a minute in the spirit of honoring all the young people that we've honored in these chambers and that are in the building. I also wanted to give thanks to someone who's been interning in my office from the Posse Summer Intern Program, and it's Anna Arutunian. Did I say it right?
Yes, you did.
Okay, I've been practicing. All right. Well, for many of you who've seen the presentations in our chambers about the Posse Foundation, Anna's one of the fortunate young people who got a full ride scholarship to go to a university, and she's going to be going back after this internship all the way to Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Wow. She went a long way from home to go to school, and she came here to this country when she was 6 years old from Armenia, and she's living here with her parents and her little brother, and she graduated from James Monroe High School in the San Fernando Valley, the law and government magnet where Councilmember Alarcon's daughter graduated from, and Anna currently is attending Dickinson College, where she is a double majoring in political science and philosophy, and she's returning to Pennsylvania. I don't know how you do that. It gets too cold for me out there. But at At school, she's involved in the mock trial program, United Nations, and Amnesty International. She's an aspiring human rights attorney who one day would like to work for a human rights organization. And you haven't changed your mind since working for my office, right?
not
Oh,
at
good.
all.
Hopefully we've been an encouragement.
You have.
For the past 10 weeks, she's been working on a variety of issues, including preparing for committees, staffing council, and even conducting field work. And I want to thank Anna for all of her wonderful work, and also I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to her parents. They've raised a wonderful, wonderful young lady. She obviously has earned the opportunity to get that full ride scholarship, and it's been wonderful having you here. Hopefully the organization will send you back. We'd love to have you, and if you ever need any letters of recommendation, you've certainly earned it from myself and my staff.
Thank you
And with
very
that, we'd like to give you this certificate of appreciation, and I don't know if you're going to be able to take it on the plane with you, but it's
I'll
yours
try.
to put it wherever you would like. And once again, please send our regards to your parents and thank them very much for all they've done to prepare you for the wonderful job you've done for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Next, I have number 16, Mr. Weezer, called special. Mr. Weezer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to bring to your attention AB 2648 by Speaker Bass. This is a motion to support the efforts that she has to provide multiple pathways curriculum for students throughout the state of California. As many of you know, we have a severe crisis in the state with dropouts, and one of the main reasons why students are dropping out from our high schools is because, as many surveys have shown, when they get to high school, they do not study or are not presented with something that they're interested in order for them to continue to pursue their education. They do not relate or cannot relate some of our curriculum that we offer them today with things they're interested in doing after they graduate. This bill will require that certain high schools provide a variety of career pathways, including areas in entertainment, the green industry, the arts, that will better adjust and keep our students in high schools if we provide them something they're interested in doing. Moreover, this bill will require that we offer this new curriculum in the context of the A through G curriculum, a curriculum that students need in order to enter college. It's a real shame that in today's day and age, not all students are offered these courses, and even if you want to go into career tech or some of the other fields like being an electrician, a automotive repair person, you need the A through G curriculum in today's day and age to do that type of work as well. So I wanted to bring this to our attention, and it will certainly help us not only with our dropout crisis, but would also allow us to put many more of our students in areas where they are interested in studying, and hopefully more of them on to college. So I urge your A vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weezer. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on that item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you very much. On item 20, the cards we had was Mr. Zumadog, who I think his time is up or is left. Also on item 28, if we could take those two items together. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item 20 and 28. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Next item is item 29. Is Mr. Dowd still out in the San Fernando Valley? Mr. Dowd has left the building out in San Fernando Valley. That would items 29 and 31. Also, 32 had Mr. Zumadog. We could take all of those items together. That would be 29, 31, and 32. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on those items, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Had a request to ask item number 45 to go next. Item 45 was called special. Was it called? It seems like it just called special by card. Mr. Arnold Sachs, on item number 45. If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item 45, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Looks like the next item is item number 35. Mr. Zumadog, Mr. Matt Dowd, and John Walsh. Mr. Walsh?
I skipped lunch to be here. I hope the people watching know that they spend about $800 or $900 on a big spread of food. They sit here like pigs eating in front of us.
Excuse me, sir. There was no purchase of food.
I don't consider the term pig anyway. I love pigs, and I like the way they eat. Maybe you should just give me my meal.
Could you please hold on? We'll hold Mr. Walsh's time.
1 second.
Yeah.
Madam President, I'd just like to clarify, nobody bought the council members lunch or anything like that. And the fact of the matter is, for example, just so the public understands, I bought my own small salad today, and I ate it while I'm listening to all of the goings on. So I don't want the public to get the impression that there's some kind of spread going on during our council meetings. Thank you.
No, Mr. Walsh, it is not. So just so you know, each of us purchase our own food. If you'd like to go on, we did hold your time.
I'd like to hold my time. The public knows what's happening. Incidentally, before there was a camera here, they paid no attention to what we said. Now that there's a camera here and 35,000 people watching, it doesn't matter that no one's here. Then they listen very carefully to what we say. And I just want to point out these special hearings. You have one here, Rosendahl, $3,500 for a street block party. You have Reyes, $4,500 for a special event, sidewalk sale. Now, the World Stage Jazz Festival, which is international, a great event, only $2,300. All of what you see here, what you have here, incidentally, are money that is given to brown-nosed community groups to hold block parties. We hold parties in the back of our houses. We don't hold them. And incidentally, you'll notice they all spend the same amount. Averill Avenue, $12.26. That was from Hahn and Gruhl. Hahn and Gruhl, $12.26. Ladies and gentlemen, we're spending about $1 million on block parties. The only reason we're spending this money on block parties is so these folks can lord it over these people, and these people will vote for them. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you back 12 seconds.
Thank you. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item number 35, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Zumadog has left item number 38 is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item 38, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Next item is, is item 36. Mr. Walsh, you have 1 minute left.
Again, item 36 concerns rewards. On December 24th, Nazis attacked, vampire Nazis.
Excuse me, this is not regarding this item here.
Because you have not, I want to know, first of all, who these 3 people are that were kidnapped. 3 people were kidnapped in this city, and I haven't heard about it? Has anyone checked that? Who are these people? Greg, Axel, and Scylla, I want to tell you that if you can make a reward of that amount of money, $25,000, why is it when a Christian church is attacked by Nazis that this organization puts no money involved? And I'll tell you why. Because there are some Nazi-tolerant people up here. Because ask Garcetti. He was out there. He saw the swastika.
Please, do not
We won
$25,000
reward, anti-Nazis.
That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. And it is our hope, I know Mr. Rosendahl, you introduced this motion, I seconded that. We had a letter actually from email I saw today thanking us for putting this reward forward and your leadership on this to try to find these people. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next is item 37. That was called special by Councilmember Huizar.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Like the previous one, this is also a $25,000 reward, and ladies and gentlemen, I felt compelled to stand up and I ask the public's assistance if anybody would have information leading to the conviction of this person responsible for this rape and robbery. It was a brutal one, and it could happen, and it happened on a public street. It actually happened July 26 at 5:30 a.m. A young woman, 23 years old, was standing on the corner of Colorado Boulevard and Eagle Rock Boulevard, and a person described as a male Hispanic, 5'7" to 5'8", 140 pounds, 22 years old, with a mustache, came up behind her and put her in her car. The car is described as a 2006 or 2008 Honda Civic 4-door, dark blue in color. If anybody has information, please call 1-877-LAWFUL, LAWFULL. It was brutal, and we hope that we could put this individual and bring justice to the victim of this horrible crime. Eagle Rock is known as a very quiet, quaint community, very low crime. The officers believe this is not a serial rapist, but at the same time, we want to make sure that this person is put behind or receives the justice he deserves. Anyone with the information, please call. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weisar. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
I'm sorry, we could move that, if I can make a verbal amendment to 50,000 on that,
okay.
please.
I don't think we've opened the roll on that, so we can, did we vote on that yet, or do we need to reconsider, Madam Clerk?
Did I stop
We do
them
need to
on time?
reconsider, okay. We'll just open item to reconsider, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
We'll move that to 50,000. Open the roll again on that amending motion. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, I believe 42 was an amending motion that's been distributed. Is that correct?
Yes, it has been.
Okay. Unless there are questions, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, I believe, is closed session. So we can go to item number 47. Was a card, 2 cards actually. Renee Moss, who's been very patient today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Renee Moss, and I'm a water organizer for an international consumer organization called Food and Water Watch. Food and Water Watch has recently opened up an office here in the LA area. It is our goal at Food and Water Watch to ensure the safe, reliable, and affordable access to the public for all water resources. For this reason, I stand here before you today to urge your support for California Assembly Bill 2275. AB 2275 strengthens existing reporting requirements for businesses licensed to bottle, vend, or haul bottled water. Specifically, it requires them to report the source, including location and total volume of water bottled, vended, and distributed. California is in a state of drought, as you all know, and water managers and decision makers have to consider the most effective methods for managing the state's precious water resources. This task is becoming even more arduous every day as water managers are faced with the continuous pressures of climate change and of a growing population. Credible and transparent information for water bottling and credible and transparent information from water bottling and vending companies would help both the public and decision makers understand more accurately the impact of proposed and existing bottled water facilities on our water supply and on water quality. Local communities and decision makers have a right and a need to know how much of their local water supply and ultimately the greater state's supply is being sold and transported out of local areas. Therefore, Food and Water Watch encourages your support for AB 2275 and thanks you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for being here and staying till 3:15 for your testimony. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. That item has been approved. Mr. City Attorney, go into closed session.
Yes, item number 47, number 43. Government Code Section 54956.9A.
CD14 resident a happy belated birthday, Julia Brizula. She has worked... Oh, okay. Now we are, okay. Thank you, Madam President. While we get back into open session, I wanted to wish a happy belated birthday to a CD14 resident, Julia Brizula. She is a lifelong resident of the city of Los Angeles, lived in District 1 for 36 years. In 1966, she moved to District 14, where she now lives. She has been an employee for LUSD for 33 years, and her children and grandchildren call her Mrs. B, or simply Grandma. Happy belated birthday, Mrs. B. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Huizar. Now, Mr. City Attorney, I believe we have Special 1 before us.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll recite the facts as presented to me by the maker of the motion for the Council's consideration of the adequacy of the findings. Since the posting of today's agenda, changed conditions dictated a change of scope of the Washington Boulevard beautification project, installing trash receptacles. Immediate action is required to transfer street furniture funds to pay outstanding purchase orders for materials before September 1st. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Thank you. Please open the roll on the findings, Madam Clerk. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right. Now the matter is before us. Mr. Cardenas.
On behalf of Mr. Wesson and the 10th Council District, I just wanted to let people know that the scope of the work had changed for the project without notifying the council office, and this involves some transfer of funds from one account to another involving the council office, and the contracts must be executed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll on this item? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Next matter.
Madam President, there are motions for posting and referral.
Motions are posted and referred.
And that clears the desk.
All right. I know we had some time earlier in the meeting for announcements. Are there any other announcements?
Motion.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Labange. Are there any other announcements? Mr. Alarcon, hang on. We'll do the adjourning motions in a minute. Mr. Alarcon.
Members, I just want to take this opportunity to inform all those viewers of Channel 35 that there's going to be a triathlon. So all the triathletes that are out there watching the Olympics, probably as we speak, please know that Hansen Dam is going to have a triathlon Sunday, August 17th, this Sunday, at 7 a.m., where they will have the opportunity to swim 500 yards in open water, after which they do an 11-mile road bike course, and then a 3-mile trail run. So I think, again, Mr. Labange is going to participate, and maybe from home. But in any case, I want to welcome everybody to the Hansen Dam Triathlon.
I was laughing for pure joy from Mr. Labange. I'm very excited about that. Thank you. Now, any other announcements? Any other announcements? Now, if you would all please rise for adjourning motions. Yes, Mr. Labange.
Just a reminder, Councilmember Huizar will lead the way on Labor Day, September 1st, for the Walk of the Los Pobladores from Mission San Gabriel to El Pueblo to honor the city's birthday, which we'll then celebrate again on September 4th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. Now, please rise for adjourning motions. Mr. Labange.
Members, I ask we adjourn in memory of Bill Stulla. You'll all remember Engineer Bill on KHJ from 1954 to 1966. He was a great fan of cartoons and a great one who created the red light, green light segment of his program. He lived in the Westlake District. I met him once before. He lived from 1911 to 2008. He's survived by his daughter, Kathy. He truly was a great man. He talked about safety and he entertained children. Bill Stulla, Engineer Bill, got his final red light, but I know he got a green light to heaven.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Well said. All members. Any other adjourning motions? Yes. Mr. Garcetti has an adjourning motion. Mr. Garcetti has an adjourning motion.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate officially for the earlier adjourning motion that we enter that into the record for our DOT employee. Also, we had a kind of last-minute adjourning motion to adjourn in memory of Nick Stamus. Nick is the brother-in-law of Senior Assistant City Attorney Teresa Patsekas Stamus, who we all know in here, who died unexpectedly in a car crash today. And he is survived and remembered by his parents, his brother Panos, and his 3 sisters, and certainly Teresa, who's a wonderful city employee who's given much to a number of different entities in the mayor's office and then in the city attorney's office. Since our city attorney has been in there, we want to give her our deepest sympathies and condolences as well.
Yeah, all members.
And as I mentioned before, Gonzalo Acosta as well, our DOT employee, we will adjourn in his memory too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. That being said, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? And then we'll see you in 2 weeks. Call the roll, please. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. See you in 2 weeks.